Alright, it's day 9, December 9th. Yesterday was pretty alright. There were some promising feedback from my hands. But usually now we're kind of in the steady, trying to provide some consistency, reaching normalization with our recovery and our progression. So we see a little bit of inching forward. That's kind of nice. We can possibly now see a little bit of dip because we're entering kind of like a plateau area. The first week is over. You usually climb pretty quickly to retrain. I would say you can reach up to like 90% of wherever you left off after a year or so, a break. And then generally you'll settle into a routine that allows you to build a little bit over time, but generally speaking, would not be surprised to see a slight dip below before it normalizes again. A lot of time it just goes really high, then it starts going down, and then it will just dip below where your actual average is. That's kind of, at least that's how I see it for myself most of the time. Alright. Let's try to loosen up. I kind of like it that I started off slower than this. It felt like I could control and fine-tune my speed throughout. That really tells me that I have control over how fast I'm tapping and how slow I'm tapping. Basically have control of the speed dialed down. Yep, that's a stutter. I forgot to turn on the mod again. It's kind of annoying that the preset doesn't stay on by default. Yeah, that's probably one of my personal requests for OS laser. That mod presets stay on. You go through the trouble of having personal presets. And it should just an option keep presets on between play sessions or something. It's a thing that's gonna recur all the time if you're someone like me who uses presets. And I'm generally thinking that I'm probably someone who underutilizes presets because I don't use mods very often. And I already experienced the idea that I had to reselect the mods over and over again. That's just a just a personal request. It's not like a big deal breaker or anything. You build a habit of selecting. But generally speaking, it's intuitive to keep presets between sessions. Alright. That felt pretty alright. My mind started wandering to a preset, so it's very distracting. My mind wanders a lot with the very little things. 2 hand stutters. That's about average right now. It was definitely my ring finger that stuttered twice. It's okay. I mean, that's kind of acceptable. I kind of feel has been traditionally more or less about the frequency that happens. It's a biology thing, unfortunately. You can try your best to condition it. But yeah, my finger like kind of just twitches and spaz out a little every once in a while. That's the first indication of burn right there. So kind of, it's higher now, so that's kind of a nice thing. Generally, when we first started, maybe a third, halfway through, I'll start feeling a burn. And a burn is when it's more like a dexterity check because my finger starts losing form, but you can still move it all the time, but the form breaks down, so I'm a little bit more stringent now to pause and just let go and wait for the burn to subside. So, and then we ran through 140 without a burn, and now we're at 150, which is getting better. I want to smooth this out. I want to smooth out the ramp up higher and higher, so I can transition into being warmed up. Because right now, that burn is an indicator of where I would warm up usually, so it's kind of higher now. However, I want to make the transition very smooth instead of having to really get warmed up and breaking down in form and then resting and then doing the rest. I don't really like that. I want it to be smoother. So we're going to be very disciplined about it and pause, just stop tapping as we're ramping up. As we get to the top though, I'm going to be pushing a little, so it's going to hit that burn over and over again, but at a very controlled pace, not like too hard, or thinking still 70 to 80%. So I'm going to do this again, only this time I'm going to try to rest a little bit more before we do it. And by the burn, I feel conventional people would describe it as lactic acid buildup, or when you feel like your whatever part you're engaging stops relaxing because it doesn't have enough time to relax. And there's a lot of anaerobics building up in the part. That's what I'm referring to. And then after once that burn builds up, your whatever you're using, the muscle you're using, feels like it's not relaxing and contracting full motion. It just so it gets stricter and stricter, and then all your movement and dexterity locks up. It's not necessarily an indicator that your stamina's gone, because you can, if it's a bigger gross movement, you can still continue to move through it. Like, it's a pain tolerance, right? But your dexterity disappears. So, a little bit more detail about what I'm talking about. I don't like the breakdown in form if I'm not pushing for endurance. So right now we're just trying to do dex training, get a little bit more consistent with our dexterity. It's not until we reach the next one, the 155, that we'll probably be pushing for some stamina. You can push endurance as long as you're safe about it. Your form can break down, however, you can still push past a slight form breakdown as long as it's very safe. So it's not entirely... They are both related. However, you can train endurance without necessarily training dexterity. It's a trade-off though, because your dexterity might be compromised due to that. It's a balance. You find your balance that work for you. I'm more of an endurance person than a dexterity person. That was okay. Now I'm over speeding because I'm rested, right? So, like, I'm speeding up. There's a natural habit of speeding up that I imagine a large majority of OS players can relate to. You have a natural, I don't know what it's called when it comes to fingers, but generally, when your body gets accustomed to a specific cadence, you have a habit of ramping. Kind of like when you're driving, right? When you're driving, a specific amount of force is placed on your body. It's called velocitation, I think, back in the day, where after you drive at like 60 miles per hour you kind of start drifting faster and faster if you're not paying attention. And that's kind of baked in a very common human thing to do. So when you're really rested in OS, when you're doing something strenuous and you rest, you typically there's a tendency to be faster than you were before. So you constantly have to be very astute at keeping focus on maintaining control or discipline. And I was drifting up. By the time it was like early, kind of went down, and then near the end it was just drifting up again. Drifting earlier and earlier. Happens a lot. Shout outs to all those players who play this game long enough to notice that they do have a habit of climbing. And it's not really them. Well, in a way, it's them, but it's also everyone else. Because our brain works funny. And we're talking about like a tendency. Obviously, it can vary from individual to individual, and the degree can vary as well, and it can be context specific. But in this case, it's a very common thing that occurs when you start accidentally speeding up. If your dexterity is accompanying the speed. So right now, my dexterity check is, I'm gonna say probably here. My dexterity check is here, where I could hold this for like 30 seconds. So if I'm super well rested at something lower, there's room for the dexterity to take over and speed up. That's kind of the thing. It requires just as much discipline to slow down from your comfort zone than speed up from your comfort zone. However, in this game, there's really no weighted preference for slowing down a lot of times. No, largely due to how the system is weighted for performance points, for PP. So it's kind of a contentious, controversial point. However, in this game, just the way the mechanics are weighted now, it tends to, the discipline required to slow down versus the discipline required to speed up are actually quite overall equivocated. However, there's less of a merit system for slowing down, right? It's kind of like it's a very deep cut into human condition, which we'll talk about later, maybe. It comes up every once in a while. Things like when people say, oh man, you know, I just want high octane gameplay. I can't just, it gets really boring when I have to sit here and understand a story that's running at snail's pace. It's because it's challenging. The thing you do normally and naturally are the things that you enjoy, but they aren't challenging. That's what makes them enjoyable, typically. Relatively speaking to the thing you don't want to do that makes you bored. And it's a natural evidence in so many things. Humans want to go fast. They're constantly going fast. There's less and less appreciation for being able to go slow. Or being choosy or selective about your things. Case in point, the noise ceiling in music, right? However, you know, after a while when things get saturated, there's a step back a lot of times. Just a slight, fun little primer for a digression that I talk about a lot. The arts of dynamics versus saturation. Saturation happens a lot. Dynamics do not. Alright. I wanted to take a little longer break because this one is a little rough the first time around. Even stepping down, it's a stamina check sometimes. Oh, we were close. Like 30 seconds from the end. That second pause is pretty tough. We were pretty close. Yeah, I was setting in right near the second pause. And then when I start up again, it was pretty noticeable. We'll give this one more try after I rest a little bit. The moment I felt it, I stopped. So we're looking at like 2.5 minutes with like one tiny break in the middle. Generally speaking, when that tiny break happens, my hands still think of it as moving, so I generally move above my keys when I'm doing it. I'm not actually like stopping. Still making the motion in my head. Everything's still going. Because it's very difficult if I stop and then try to figure out the thing yet. It doesn't come naturally. Oops, I was just practicing in between the stops and I accidentally tapped a little too long. It's okay. We bridged it. It was a slight burn. Just slight. It's okay. I think that's acceptable. We're getting there. This is a very, very noticeable improvement from yesterday. Only this time I'm not pushing at all. We're like at most 50-60%. Hey, how's it going? I'm gonna rest a little bit here. Nothing much, huh? There's gotta be something, right? Doing pretty well, you know. Going through our routine here. Making some observations. Nothing much, huh? I feel like there's gotta be something that's happened today. What are you doing? Oh, Lego Fortnite. That was a smash. I was told there's some wonderful things happening with Lego Fortnite. Hopefully you're enjoying it. It's a great conceptual resurrection for Fortnite. It's glad that Epic is pulling out all the stops for it. I don't play Fortnite. I keep up with game development though. Gotta be aware of it. All right. Came back to Fortnite recently. Oh, okay. Yeah, when OG Fortnite came back, yeah, the save the world, but elevated. Looking at the like design features and the quality of life changes to their like formula, they did resurrect the save the world thing a couple times, but this one is like a great integration of a lot of things that made the indie scene, some of the indie scenes that build around that subgenre, very, very great. Like lots of gold standards there. So they kind of took some of that nod, in my opinion, and integrated it into Lego Fortnite. That's pretty great. You still main Osu. That's interesting. Yeah, interesting. Just the idea of maining a video game. I'm glad you find Fortnite fun. What is it like about OG Fortnite that attracts you to the game? I can probably sort of guess a bunch of things about hosts, but I'm kind of curious. What made you come back to Fortnite recently? Like what is it specifically? Anything that comes to mind? We take a little rest before we do this one. Oh, actually, we actually do this one now. It's nostalgia? I see. Sounds like you're a very emotional person. Emotionally intelligent person. Fortnite was your first competitive game, huh? I don't know, I know a goober that kind of matches that description too. Although he's on to, like, he's more part of the FGC now, as opposed to Fortnite. He still plays Fortnite quite a lot though, with his friends. As a share, my first competitive game it's probably StarCraft. Obviously, when we're talking about competitive game, I picked the first online competitive game. Because I live, at a time when digital online stuff was not the competitive scene, but you actually had to go places. Like Magic the Gathering, you would need to go to places to compete. Or technically, here's a deep cut. Technically, my first competitive game was academic trivia in school. Because not a lot of people think about it as a competitive thing. But nowadays, on the online, even knowledge is competitive. But it's always been a thing ever since school. Oh, actually, now that I think about it, if we're talking about first competitive game, bowling was my first competitive game. The literal act of bowling. Trying to normalize the idea that the video games are competitive just as other competitive games, right? Do you play any sports? Or do you do any sports things? You didn't mention about exercising. But what about, like, picking the... You just didn't play a lot of competitive games? I see. What about, like, basketball, baseball, or something when you were younger? Because you didn't mention exercise, so a great incentive to keep up exercise without necessarily making it feel like you're just trying to get healthy is to find something. Hiking, going for walks. You used to play tennis long ago. Hey, no time like the present to pick up tennis again. Oh, you drive race cars. Oh, that's interesting. Now there's something. Is it you're learning? Okay. Cool. Right now, in terms of like physical activity, I'm a long distance endurance runner. I think it's been that way for a while now, maybe like the last 5 years. But just a long distance runner. Speaking of endurance, right? It's kind of my jam. Not dexterity. I'm not gonna be able to do flips or anything, But endurance. What are you doing for exercising, by the way? I didn't prepare myself mentally here. We'll get it. To get the focus. I didn't prepare myself mentally there. You go to the gym, so basically you lift weights and do cardio at the gym. Right now I'm on holiday, but walk like 5 kilometers when to go to your university. Oh, that's quite a nice walk. Yeah, I do like walking to places. 5 kilometers is great, great average distance. Not too much, not too little, you know, because there is also too much and too little when it comes to walking as well. Lift weights, how long have you been doing that? You're at a university, huh? What are you studying, by the way? We'll do this again. Only this summer will be focused. 4 months? Alright, alright. That's solid. 4 months. I would say in terms of like exercising and building habits, the 1 month hump is incredibly difficult, but then you have like a plateau period or a normalization period around 2 or 3. We're talking about the average person, an untrained person, and then after that, it's routine, so your habit sets in. So 4 months is great. You're like translation and English entrepreneur. Interesting. And English. Huh. Sounds quite like you would probably be. I can probably empathize with that field, emphasizing communication skills, probably, and especially entrepreneurship. How long have you been going to uni? Is obviously I don't. It's difficult to make this presumption in online, but is English your primary language, or are you bilingual, trilingual, or perhaps English is your secondary language? You finished your first year? I see. I see. Sorry, I said a lot of options, so I'm not entirely sure which one is nope or yes because of stream delay. You're bilingual? Okay. Spanish. Interesting. Alright, alright. Just so you know, I wanted to confirm because I do look at everyone that I interact with all the time, and I did notice that your channel had an old video that had Spanish in it, and I know it's Spanish because in the United States, Spanish is one of the predominant languages that are offered when you go into higher education. So I spent 5 or 6 years learning Spanish. Let's just say I'm quite rusty, but I at least can recognize Spanish and contextually understand Spanish when I see it written. Spoken, not a chance. I rarely get a chance to ever use Spanish. My secondary, like my other languages are not formally taught, so obviously I don't look like a multi-generational classical American, but my parents are Chinese, so I speak a form of dialect, and then casually use Mandarin from time to time. And I really like the Japanese culture. I imagine you do too. Given the context of oaths, right? You kind of need a at least a slight, appreciation for the Japanese culture to kind of interface between the greater us community. What do you like about the Japanese culture, actually? If I asked you right now, what comes off the top of your head? Are you like, oh, is this full of weed music? It sure is. What aspect of the weed music do you like? Or dislike? Whichever, you know? What is your fondness of it? Where does that come from? Just off the top of your head. No need to be like, super deep about it. I'm like weirdly out of sync here. I'm late. No, I'm early. Oh, oh, I see. It still does that thing. Their culture is very different from yours, and I respect your dedication. Interesting. Do you not feel the same about yours? Your own culture? I like how they inculcate a lot of moral values into a way of thinking. Interesting. I feel like nowadays respect and that kind of thing are not very present when raising a child, at least where you're from. Huh. That's a deep cut. Where are you from? Are we talking about somewhere in South America? Chile? I think I saw I think it's Chile because OS OS profile. I think that was, unless I'm thinking of someone else. Okay, right, right. That's a really really deep, very specific detail. It really does sound like you put a lot of thought into an appreciation for cultures outside your yourself. I am a big fan of multiculturalism, so uh, really appreciate the candidness on that one. So what do you typically do on break? As a share to relate to your thing about raising children, that's kind of my mantra most of the time. I spend most of my time thinking about posterity and personal legacy building, but generally the legacy building is for posterity. And I focus specifically on teaching for most of my life. I mean, professionally, I had a background in science or biological sciences. However, it has always been the focus on educating younger people, regardless of their age group. But generally speaking, I focus predominantly on enabling people, as opposed to not necessarily to help those who are already successful or improving like milestone caps, like skill caps. So if someone is incredibly proficient at something, I'm not that type of person. I'm more of the person who tries to figure out how to set people on the correct path, or on a path that they choose to be proficient. The question was, what do you usually do on breaks? Now that you're on a break, like, what do you plan anything specifically? You seem like a very ambitious youth. Now that you're second year into your university, anything in general. However, it can be for us, whatever comes off the top of your head. Yeah. Questions are open-ended, incredibly open-ended. What are you looking forward to? In Chile, I imagine you observe the holidays, right? So you're looking forward to Christmas, I imagine? I'm making a presumption here, so you can feel free to correct me if you don't observe Christmas. Yeah, what do you do for Christmas, actually? Tell me about the food. I'm quite a foodie, so, give you an idea. Food, family, friends, outing, maybe even sports events. I actually don't know what the predominant, like the national sport in Chile is. We eat food and spend time with family. That's fair. Is there any, if you had to tell, biggest sport is, okay, soccer. Oh, that's interesting. You use the phrase soccer. Are you not, is it not common for you to call it football? It's a fun linguistic thing. I just love it when people throw in those words, and I'm always genuinely curious about how quickly you use the word soccer instead of football. It's a you know as well as I do. It's a fun talking topic in my opinion. Probably like an hour. Maybe not an hour. 1.5 minutes. It's so I don't cause confusion, because I know football is another sport in the US. Yeah. It is a great sensitivity to someone that communicates or interacts with people from the Western Hemisphere, for sure. Obviously, I'm somewhat of an exception, but it's always fun to bring it up. It's nice to know that you talk with the English as empathetic first, as opposed to it gives me an idea of what type of personality you have as a professional, right? As what you're trying to, since your background is in translation and entrepreneurship, right, in English, it's nice to see that it checks out, that you have like a mindset of being empathetic for the person that you're speaking to first before the other. But let's just say some people who don't work in such a field would say something about, el football, right? And I don't play soccer or football at much, so it doesn't really come up in conversation too much. But it's pretty funny when they get really deep into it. I don't actually know the origins of the word, the etymology of the word soccer. Like, what is the root of the word soccer? Football, you can kind of break down the contraction of foot and ball, but I don't know where soccer comes from. Like, how? And I can totally pragmatically and intuitively empathize with, the international crowd, like Europe, specifically Europeans, when they say, well, it makes sense to call it football. Intuitively, it makes sense, because the foot and the ball is in it. It's not logical. I'm going to tell you now. It's not logical. A lot of people say it's logical to call soccer football. But remember, logic doesn't necessarily rely on intuition. If you are applying logic, football is applicable to every single sport, because there is footwork and a ball. So let's just clear that out using our critical thinking, right? So it's intuitive to think in isolation that they are running and they are kicking a ball. However, footwork and a ball is involved in every aspect of ball games. So even baseball has a foot running and a ball in it. Just saying. Did not imagine I would be clicking on a random ocean and hearing such a profound and meaningful day. Oh hey, welcome. Of course. This is what I do. If you want a deep cut about Oaths, you gotta enrich these moments. Now you're not gonna forget that I was, listening to Harlequin BPM 167 for stamina training while talking about the etymology of soccer and football. It is. You got me. You got me. It is a good way to pass time while recovering, yeah. I'm spending a little bit of time while my arm is cooling down a little bit. Wikipedia says soccer is an abbreviation from association. Interesting. You'll get, since both of you, how often do I train stamina for me? So I did summarize this when I started this again. So if you look on day one, I do summarize these things, but I don't train stamina. So what I mean is the last 7 months I've been building a legacy on playing Like a Dragon games, the Ria Gotoku Studios, right? That's the Yakuza series. So I actually haven't played OS in close to a year. That's why I'm posting things from 2022, and I'm doing it now. Only this time I have a finger swap, so now most of the training is on my ring finger. However, when it comes to stamina sessions, so if you're talking about specifically stamina, the component, like endurance, it's every single day. Regardless of the dexterity. So stamina, endurance training, I kind of touched upon this yesterday when someone else was talking about endurance training. Endurance training is something that deals with volume. So generally speaking, like for example, running, I run 5 kilometers, approximately 5 kilometers every single day. The intensity of the 5 kilometers vary in order to give me active rest and not active rest, like limit like max pace running and low pace steady state running, because endurance is a maintenance primarily dependent on volume. So when it comes to stamina, the answer is technically every day. So in OS, it's every day. So consecutively, these training is back-to-back every day. The intensity may vary. Now, when it comes to skill building, like dexterity stuff, only on active days and not active rest days. If that helps with... I'm a bit into my fitness stuff, so I kind of apply it to most mechanical things, including OS. Because my hands are kind of very important for a lot of things that I do, especially like music. I mean, OS is it's a rhythm game, but music kind of involves the hands a lot, and drawing involves the hand. So is writing and typing, right? So I do a lot of writing, through typing. So you kind of get in your volume every single day. So in terms of stamina endurance, it's every single day. It's a habit. You need to, in my opinion, a great foundation for stamina and endurance, both mind and body, requires daily upkeep. So going for a walk every day is part of stamina endurance training. You have to form a habit and a natural positive relationship with the idea that endurance doesn't sleep for a day. So like practicing breathing every day, that's an endurance thing. Waking up with good sleeping hygiene, that's an endurance thing. To be honest, if you haven't played OS in a while, I suggest playing some long, low start to build consistency in finger in between long practice. I can see that. You just play hard maps? That's an interesting approach too. So you keep improving. If it works, long hard maps, fair enough. Those are all very viable approaches. I would disagree. All right. So we don't really have time for that because I'm gonna go through my routine. However, because I don't want to get cold. I like to believe that your advices, right, are based on things that work for you. I can tell you now, I have plenty of counter arguments of how to do that. naturally speaking, I've been doing this for quite some time, and I'm not a novice to this as well. So my approach tends to be a reflection of what I use that are very proficient. Yeah. So for this, if you're interested, perhaps, I agree with you that it does work. Some of the approaches that you guys have are shared by other people. So for sure, absolutely. I can tell you that I can prove to you, that's why I record these things, right? Specifically for myself, that there are very specific components that I separate quite a lot when it comes to acquiring skill building. And the one that you cited about playing low star maps to build consistency and finger control, the most elementary basic mechanics of finger control has to be removed from aim. So if you're specifically talking about developing finger control, low star maps would introduce the dexterity required for aiming. You can, as opposed to this. This removes the element or minimizes aiming's interference with finger control. Now, if you are talking about building both finger control and aim consistency at the same time, then a long low star maps would build endurance, which is consistency for low star aim practice. The intent of my training here is that I'm only interested in finger control. So their aim comes later. And I feel that my aim is very reliable because I mechanically use my right hand to do other tasks. So that's all. I totally agree with you though, if you are building both aim and finger consistency. And what Widow, or why, what Wid said is that he's doing both dexterity training and endurance at the same time. So when you're doing hard maps, right? When you're doing hard, long maps, his goal is to become more dexterous on top of endurance training. So his combination is even higher risk, but with higher reward on turn, because he's taxing the limits on dexterity and endurance at the same time. So for me, I'm doing less than both of your approaches. I'm specifically only doing finger control. And that's it, because I kind of enjoy it. It's like running. What do you do when you're jogging for like over a year consecutively? You're doing foot control. You're doing form control. I'm not a sprinter, for example. I'm not going to go and do long sprints. So, no long sprints for me. If I was doing long sprints, Wid is doing long sprints. You're doing like steady state running. So like jogging and stuff. And I'm doing long distance running. So just slow days, fast days. The only thing I'm focusing on is my form the entire time. And then we'll do aim later. What do I think about taking long breaks? As in long breaks, 9 months off and improve. I took 9 months. So if you're dexterity focused, right? If you're a dexterity focused person and your endurance does not diminish enough, you will naturally improve upwards to a month. A year, sorry. The range of dexterity, the more complex the situation is, your retention is really high. And long rest periods actually increases your efficiency. So we talk, this is a common theme that I talk about a lot of times, even for your mind. When you're doing dexterity stuff, as in, if your endurance is enough for the task, endurance diminishes the quickest. So when you take a 9 months off, your endurance will go down substantially. However, if your endurance is not capping your dexterity, then your dexterity typically retains, if not improves, with rest. And rest can be upwards to 2 months. Like when you're doing a really long physical regiment, like powerlifting, 1 month of deload is substantially average. It's actually on the lower end to deload for an entire month. At the sacrifice of endurance, you can still get faster returns on dexterity training and strength. That's usually the component of biology and psychology working hand in hand. So we're not talking about some subjective thing now, just the basal level of understanding how biology and recovery works. Been playing more or less for 3.5 years straight without taking breaks longer than 2 weeks. Hey, let me ask you, are you playing Osu for fun? If you're playing Osu for fun, you're not concerned with min-maxing and whatnot, so playing straight is all good. I take breaks because I play other video games. That's just it. I'm more intellectually inclined to take breaks from OS. So if you're concerned with like proficiency and skill building and what does that say about biology and psychology, usually breaks are inherently great for dexterity, less so for endurance. So one thing you can do is active rest days. Endurance generally requires, in my opinion, a routine that involves active rest. So what does active rest looks like? You play hardcore 1 month, take a week, and play low core, steady state. It's called active rest because all you're doing is you're keeping endurance up while not taxing your dexterity. Then you go back to dexterity training. That's kind of the idea. So you get deloading days called active rest days or active rest periods, and then you go back to skill building, the dexterity side. It's like the current skill goes down, but the skill cap increases. Yes. So you're gonna lose some retraining, but you retain most of your dexterity things. The more complex it is, the more likely you'll retain that mechanical nuance. And retraining, the gains you get from resting, like the skill cap, right, moves up. That potential is so much greater in return than not taking rest at all. Now, this is when I'm using the word rest, I'm talking about active resting, not just not doing anything at all. We're talking about people who active rest are people who spend their downtime doing activity to keep their endurance up. Because if you can't endure your training execution, it doesn't matter how much dexterity you have. You can't endure the training process. So the idea is endurance is all the time. You're always training endurance. What does that look like? It's a healthy lifestyle. If you're keeping up your body maintenance, your mental state, that's endurance. And endurance feeds back on all your skill training, the dexterity component, or the complexity, or the strength component. However, strength and dexterity only improves when resting. And what I mean by that is the threshold of your abilities require rest. That's not really it's kind of a mental thing, but generally a biological thing. So if you're doing something physical, the period in which your body exceeds its previous limit is when you rest. That's the only time you're growing stronger. And I kid you not. If you think you're growing stronger as you're working out or doing any strenuous things, that it doesn't work that way. It, like, at least for the converging evidence of biology, you have to rest, the body consolidates and literally changes and adapts to a new cap. So if you think you always get better, like the cap went up, is because the relative cap is much higher now after you rest. So if you don't take periods of meaningful rest, your cap will remain capped. If some people say like, oh, but I work hard like 1 year straight and I keep getting better, it's because you didn't reach your cap. That doesn't mean the cap isn't changing every time you rest. So it's a mindset thing. However, active resting counts too. So if you have days where you take it easy in OS and just play low stars and whatnot, which it sounds like Andrew does, you know, appreciate consistency building and separate of in like dexterity training, then you are in fact active resting. Yeah, metal farming is a great way actually. So when you take a break from physical things, it could be something intellectual as well. Like, hey, I'm just gonna play interesting maps, for example, right? I'm just gonna go play interesting maps. I'm gonna find other ways to enjoy OS while getting in my volume. So as long as you're tapping away or doing something other engaging, it's still improving your endurance for a skill build without necessarily challenging your body's limits. So it's a good way. Or mapping might be a little bit removed, but it still provides both emotional investment and physical investment. But in terms of mapping, it's also establishing even more physical investment. What I usually do is getting all desired scores. There you go. It's nice to require you to test the map. Yeah. There you go. So we have to think about the nuance of training. So technically, people are resting. The very strict meaning of resting when it comes to performance gain is if you're doing it actively or passively. When I describe as something passive, you're legitimately completely not doing that motion or anything at all during a period. And that's a period where I usually say some people do it because their mental state wants to do it, but you don't necessarily have to. So resting comes in varying forms. For me, I never rest from endurance. I'm always doing that. What's a great example of endurance training that most people don't do? Intellectual endurance. What does intellectual endurance sound like? Always learning. Always actively learning. So what happens when I'm tired of learning? I learn something lighter. I take in less demanding intellectual tasks. For example, meditation is a less intellectually intense task. You're still using a basal level amount of your cognitive resource. However, you're actively trying to minimize the strain. Kind of like this, where if you're long streaming and you stop halfway because you know you're straining, that's the same deal. So there are days that I will push myself to like 80 to 90% for strain, and then there are days I won't. But I'm playing consecutively. So the end result isn't predicted. It's usually the process. So this is why I like to record myself for my own information and maybe inspire others to think about it. Just saying. So no really hard long maps or anything that deals with aim for the time being. However, I have a fairly reliable aim situation because I do other things that involve scrolling on a tablet with my hand most of the time. Yeah, and you're a passive rester? Fair enough. I mean, power lifting and stuff can, if you're pushing really hard I think that's an appropriate place to be a passive rester. Because if you're someone who's really hard pushing, you gotta reduce your tendency for injury, right? And you gotta veg, basically. Just become a vegetable and rest as much as you can, as long as you don't get bored of it. So when you get boredom in passive resting, the resting can be less productive. That's another deep cut into something else, but just some things to talk about. I rested way long, so this is gonna be a little rough. We're gonna do this one more time though, because I'm a little cold now. Oh. Good discussion though, very good discussion. I love it. Okay. Oh, and don't worry about it. Usually, I don't know. Hopefully I didn't give this impression, but generally speaking, whatever I do online, the only reason I'm streaming is the idea of using most of the things I do as a backdrop for discussion. Well, I'm not a I'm not a performance seeking person. I just like skill building in general. So, it's perfectly alright. Because if it's not today, I'll get it tomorrow, or the day after if I'm really motivated to, right? We gotta do this one more time. Kind of. Actually, I'll just keep going. 1 ppm higher, yeah. Very convenient, huh? Yeah, if you're spoilers, right? Where was I in December 2022? Right, a year ago. This might be relevant to Fortnite players, but I was an SDer, so I SD'd, right? Middle finger and pointer finger. But now I'm ADing. So ring finger and pointer finger. 1 year. So this is the first time because of equipment. When I started, it was over 4 years ago, on and off. I used a keypad that was made from an Etsy user, and it had 2 buttons. So it was SDing. You can only SD. So now I AD, which is very similar to when I play other video games. So the baseline endurance is very high, but the dexterity is not there. For OS specifically. However, now I have a combination of things that I can use. It's easier to get up to the endurance that I have, but the dexterity is not there. So right now, anything beyond a specific AR mixed with BPM and the new hardware, the actuation time changed by 50 milliseconds, as well as my reading time. So, I'm not necessarily I wouldn't call it finger locking, but more my interaction with the gamepad. This though, yes, this if we're here, is generally finger locking in combination with a lot of things. So since due to the actuation time change, as well, my map reading and my timing on map reading is also changed, or needs to be changed, and that's taking a little time to adjust. But it's only been today's day 9, right? So we're fundamentally changing a couple of things. But where I was before was probably like, there's a spoiler because I'm loading up these videos from a year ago as well. But we're gonna say where we have to get to normal is about here. This is where we were before. So it's about 190 for 4 minutes and 49 seconds for triples. And then for here, it's probably up here for the whole thing, right? And then we were just working on this. So it's be a while. For you, well, you don't have to be honest. I feel like TBH, there's another linguistic thing about that, but I know you're being honest. I'm not sure about that. So anyways, index middle finger didn't change because you played the piano. So add some of the dexterity. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, and you can see, here's a little slight deep cut, right? Right now, changing from SDing to ADing is not as bad initially, but SDing had always been a problem for me in the back then, because when I play games, you know, like WASD, I'm mainly a power PC user. So when you SD, no one like backs up, backpedals and strafes to the right, or backpedals and strafes to the left most of the time, right? You go ADing. So generally speaking, it has been a very, very long struggle of interference when I'm doing long streams. So for me, you tried both? Yeah. So for me, I kind of tried both initially, but because of the hardware that I picked up, I made it work. So now I'm finger swapped, and it's to a more comfortable adjustment because now I have overlap between the way WASD works and Yeah, so SDing is really uncomfortable. There is a silver lining. Way back, games used to only use 2 buttons as confirm and exit, and they use the arrow keys to move with your right hand. So back in the day, PCs were flipped, actually, where you use your arrow keys to move with your right hand, and your 2 fingers, funny enough, your 2 fingers, hit the keys, Z and X. It was actually literally Z and X. So, like, I still play old retro games where it uses the arrow keys and Z and X for the things. But generally speaking, the most predominant thing, I play MMORPGs, by the way. So every single day, I play 2 live service games. And ADing and WASD is the most common pattern. So now, it's really fun, or intuitive, in some sense, to do long streams. But now, triples are so hard. Like, incredibly hard. Because I do reset triples. So before, I use my middle finger as the dominant reset finger. So these things are incredibly difficult. So we still gotta work on that. But it's fun. I'm not trying to give you the impression I'm trying to unlearn something. It's just something else I can do now. Like, if I switch to middle finger and pointer finger, it still works. Like, I can still do that. It's just kind of fun to do different things. We're not talking about, like, trying to be the best at anything. We're just talking about doing a lot of different things, because that's kind of my jam. I'm all about exploring and doing different things. So, just a little background on that. But the idea is I'm posting videos of December 2022 and now December 2023 and running them parallel to see what the difference is. On top of, like, all the different things, but all the map sets are the same. So it's a fun personal experience, whether people are interested or not. But the whole idea of doing this is, it might not seem as fun at first, or people aren't interested, but the idea of content creation is you do things that people didn't ask for and maybe make it interesting. That's kind of what I do. So anyways, just a little bit of a, you know, idea framework. Fun fact, I couldn't learn to switch between single tapping and alternating first when I started, so I just full alternate. That is a very interesting story that I had the privilege of encountering some people with that. In fact, I think people actually stopped, or there, as in they just stay full alternating and just don't explore other things. I personally think is really fun when you guys say you can do a lot of different things. Maybe like, so this is a personal bias. I like talking about a lot of different things. I don't personally empathize with someone who is very, very good at very specific things. This is coming from someone who spent over 15 years in science, by the way. It's still impressive to me. Science is very interdisciplinary, even at the highest level. So if you guys say you can single tap and then suddenly switch to alt, or single tap on 2 fingers, that's kind of interesting. And I kind of want to know how your story on how you managed to do that. I'm working on single tapping 300. Oh, that's funny. Yeah, no, these streams are, oh, yeah, thanks. You learn single tapping later on? Interesting. I did this weird thing where I single tapped, but I single tap on both fingers. So like I do the single tap, alternate, single tap on the other finger, alternate, back to single tap on the left finger. So like so by the end of the song, if you look at my button presses before, they're even. But I'm not single tapping. It'll be single tapping, index finger, alternate, then single tapping middle finger, alternate, and then at the end it just ends up the same button press on both hands, of both fingers. To me, I feel here's the imagery, right? When I'm tapping, it's like it's dancing. I'm thinking more like a drummer. Like I'm thinking more like a drummer, less so a pianist, right? Not a person who plays the piano where specific hands may necessarily be juxtaposed to each other, but more like you have a big surface, and sometimes you're going on your right, sometimes you're accenting on the left, right? It's not always mechanically on the same one. Here's a drawback though. To me, it's intellectually stimulating, but it is way less consistent. Like, just thinking about the dynamics of it, someone who is more mechanically forward of consistency, repeating the same pattern naturally introduces less dynamics. You can get trained, like if you're comparing yourself, like if I had a clone who only starts on the same hand, like the same finger every time, it will naturally develop more consistency at a faster rate than a clone, the other clone of me, who alternates single tapping. Does it matter? Not really for me, because I'm not concerned about performance. I'm concerned more about the story of how I play. So how did I get to this point? It's more interesting to talk about how I got to this point than where I am now. And I can imagine how it might trip you up on something. Yes. Like, here's a really weird one. Here's a really weird one. I said that I single tap, alternate, single tap, right? But I can't start on the same finger and then start on the same finger in the other way. So whenever I try to do that, everything just hits the fan. like because then I'll immediately, so when I did triples, it created inconsistency where sometimes I start on my index and then sometimes I started on my middle finger and then back and forth. But if a specific map moves certain single tap sections back to back, it creates a gigantic strain going back and forth. So it's so weird, but it's kind of funny because it's a problem unique to me and I like talking about it. I mean, it's fun to talk about problems that other people don't have, right? I don't know. It could be interesting. So all this stuff, all these training and all that stuff, all like the way I do things, they're just to be different because I am different. That's all there is. It's kind of boring if it's always the same. I'm just saying. A thing I can find interesting about my tapping is that I single tap with my index finger but starts triple. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, that's actually kind of uncommon. Generally your starting finger is your single tap finger too. Even for myself, I've conditioned myself to reset, so do triple resets, right? And it would be the dominant one, which was the middle finger, even though I alternate single tapping. Like, alternate single tapping, not single tap alternate. Oh, interesting. You're saying a lot of people actually start their triples not with their single tap finger? That's interesting. I kind of got the impression of the opposite, where most people start their single taps on start their triples on the same finger they single tap dominantly, because it would be their strongest finger. Learning single tap actually taught me how to alternate triples properly. Oh yeah, alternating triples. that's something I can't do anymore. I started with alternating triples. And I found that my rhythm sense is not great. So I couldn't actively be on the downbeat all the time. So I'm more like a drummer, basically. So I feel like as a person who plays the piano, I feel like that's really apt, that you could alternate. You eventually learn how to alternate triple properly. Because as a drummer, if I think about a drummer, right, there's like a fun accenting, but piano players can accent anywhere on any digit. But drummers, you can kind of imagine a drummer having a preference on when they accent things, and it comes with very patterny things. So it's like a 1-2 thing, but a piano player has many accent points anywhere. I'm kind of curious, when you're playing the piano, do you ever think about when you accent stuff? Like, because I think it's quite dynamic. A person who plays on piano, like which fingers they accent when they land the accents on it. So that's kind of what I think about when I think about triples. Triples are accented notes. The first note is distinctively accented. If you were thinking about it from a perspective of starting something. So you're like 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3, right? As opposed to like 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3 1 2 3. So there's no like change in accent. It's always a 1 2 3 1 2 3. Just saying. Until one day I decided to fix that because I was basically wasting energy. Here's the thing, right? Alright, I'm gonna deep cut you. I don't want to be a contrarian too much here, but let me give you an alternative perspective. An energy waste is only when you intellectually cannot process the value of it. I'm just saying. So, you don't fix things if you intellectually ascribe value to them. So, on the meantime, when you're wasting energy, you are becoming proficient at something that is inefficient, but not a waste of energy. Because the person who an unpracticed person doing the thing you're doing, that you're saying wasting energy for, you are more proficient. You're more efficient than the relative standard the accurate relative standard that you're comparing it to. So instead of comparing two different methods, you're comparing the same method with your input of your extra energy versus not. If you know what I mean. Right? So if I am playing, so for example, let's get into the mindset of the internet. There's a best way to play something? Well, technically, there's only a best way if you compare apples and oranges. There's a best way. There are more efficient and less efficient ways to play, but those comparisons have to be within their own method. So say the way you're playing, if you're comparing it to someone else who put in less energy in practicing it, they would be less efficient than your way, right? So it's a balancing act. If you get close to apples and apples comparisons, the closer you can get, the better the comparison is, for sure. For metrics, like when you're thinking about objective metrics like energy efficiency, like dynamics and stuff, certainly. Just have to keep in frame of mind that most energy is not wasted if you're not comparing it to a standard that's nearly identical, with the exception of that one thing. So a lot of times when we're talking about trying to measure something, the metric itself is biased towards specific things, right? You have to ask yourself, what does your metric actually measure? Well, you think it's a waste of energy because, yeah, I'm cold now. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. No. No, this is great. This is great. But generally, my accenting is every beat, half beat, 2 beats based on intensity. Oh, that's cool. Okay. Just one last thing. I love talking about music, But I love talking about one up. I love talking about expressionist music. So hear me out. I was classically trained as a violinist, so the whole classical period, lots of form, structure, when you up bow, when you accent. Over time, when you reach a level of nuance of appreciation, you typically enter expressive forms of that music. So structure is intentionally broken down for expression. And for me, I absolutely love it when people are self-aware of their expression patterns. As in, yeah, I love, all your classical pieces and people can mechanically play them all the time. I mean, heck, let's throw in a fun joke. I'm Chinese. If you think about mechanical players, especially in the classical music, you probably think of an Asian person, possibly a Chinese person. But to me, there's something so gratifying about watching a musician improvise their own personality. And that's the richness that doesn't get emphasized very often in the mainstream. It's often focused on mechanical perfection. And this is where os comes in. Like, you're thinking, how does this relate to os? Well, os is predicated on a weight system that's dependent on FCing. FCing is a mechanical metric. It is not an expressive metric. So as much as I like os's gamery stuff, it's a restriction on expression. So what do I do as an expressive forward preferential person? I play expressively. I don't play mechanically very often. And when people talk about how they expressively play, the closest thing we have is, how do you tap? What do you do with your wrists? I can describe the motion that I'm making, or at least try to describe the motion I'm making with my hand. Those are the things that I love about musicians and the top tier, in my opinion, of intellectual creativity. You're not like, it's not to say that you're the best player or the least best, you're just the most creative player. So when you think about content and you think about discussion, you're expressing your personality. When you talk about mechanics, objectivity, and pragmatism, you're talking about dry performance. And dry performance isn't as endearing to me. It's not to say it's not admirable, respectful, and like merit-worthy. It's just, I like when people express their personalities through their discussions and their way of playing. It's not about the end justifies the mean, like, oh, did you FC it? It's like, great, I'm glad you FC it. What's your rank? You're top 10? That's great. How did you do it? Tell me your story. Explain to me the things that went on. What do you do when you do it? Have you remembered what you do? You'd be surprised, but the vast majority of mechanical forward people, we're talking about intuitive, emotional people, tend to be unchallenged or practiced intellectually. So when you ask someone, what are your thoughts today? What are you planning today? I know Wyatt is probably thinking now like, oh wait, I asked Wyatt all those questions earlier. And what I'm fetching for is, I hope you're a really exciting, expressive person, because when you think of pragmatic stuff, you think of ends justifies the means. So like, for example, how are you? I'm good today. That's it. It's the end of that. What I want to encourage often, and I usually share and go back and forth, is try to get the person to really express themselves. I think it's a very under-practiced skill. By the way, my major standpoint in terms of education really revolves around writing and communication skills. So nonverbal writing, public speaking, that's usually, and dissemination of information, because that's a common skill that you are required to be very good at if you know a lot of difficult, I'm not gonna say difficult, complex topics like science, right? So naturally, it's awesome that you guys are being incredibly expressive about your stuff. Not just like you throw in keyboard, you know, like the piano and whatnot. That's awesome. If you're ever in public speaking and communication, do that. All I've got to say, you're good at doing. Thanks. I appreciate it. I work at it every day. It's an endurance battle, but you know, you gotta. I want other people to be that way, because our, you know, future, right? Our future is this, like sharing, and eventually if you go on to get a job like in your field or something, you're gonna encounter interpersonal skills, and one of the life skills is communication. You can express yourself in many ways without necessarily, while it's still appropriate. I know there is this tendency to be concise and trying to be conservative. There is a lot of conservation nowadays. When you're being conservative, you're also not practicing the skill. So it's awesome. At least I am more than willing to go cold, quote unquote, like just get wrecked by this now in exchange for discussion. What do you gain? You know, just a last hot take. What do you gain from discussion? It bypasses and demonstrates a lot of things. If you're able to discuss and also understand different perspectives immediately, you have already proven you know your subject, you have done the subject, you have some level of great mastery of the subject, because you've bypassed those 3 steps. Because you can discuss and also add and communicate about the subject. The very last stage of mastery of a skill and understanding of something is teaching. So if you guys, you know, ever want to be a public speaker or something, or maybe even start content creation yourself, the very last step is effectively being able to disseminate and teach what you're doing, right? Explain what you're doing without any response. So that's kind of the last step. Most people don't even need to go into teaching. They can just be very good with up to that point. But at some point you would need to be able to discuss it, because you would have collaborators and bosses, and those you have to work together, right, at a professional level. That's just my 2 cents. I can tell you that all this stuff you can probably find on YouTube with some quite influential people. So if all of this stuff is interesting, there are plenty on YouTube that it makes everything about your ability to interact with people very, very welcoming. You can talk about oaths in the context of religion if you wanted to. Just saying, there's communication is very, very flexible. All right, now I'm gonna try this. Anyways, that was a slight digression, but it is relevant to oaths. It's also why I play oaths, by the way. If you're wondering, why am I doing this? You know, why am I doing this specifically? Why am I not playing maps and stuff? Which, by the way, what I usually do for oaths is I play feature artists artists, and then I talk about the music from those featured artists. So most of the time I play video games and stuff, I'm really talking about the developers and the publishers and how they're communicating their message to me. Not necessarily how I'm consuming their content or what I'm getting out of their content for myself, but more from their perspective. So when I go and play OS is generally to talk about the feature artists. So I've already done a couple back in 2022, which is Faint, Hyper Potion, Yonen, Millie, Nanovi, and Ramsey B, which I haven't uploaded from last year, but we'll probably continue doing that when I'm pretty okay after 30 days, you know, just reconditioning. Long story short. Well, actually long, I guess medium story. Long. I mean long story, medium length. Seconds. Okay. That's pushing it a little bit too much. We could try to get back up to speed just to get a little bit in here. Let's try I play FA maps based purely on how interesting their name sounds. Oh, that's kind of fun. That brings in brings in an element of, you know, front cortex stimulations. Oh yeah, their names are interesting. Brings in a bit of like contextual syntax interest. If a particular name piques your interest, yep. anything. Yeah, anything. Honestly, I would add when a map has like incredibly funky range and BPM, I'm also peaked too. Anything that intellectually is peculiar, out from the norm. I'm kind of a hipster when it comes to intellectual stimulation. You really get the neurons firing when something sticks out. Like for example, when you click on a map and it says like 20 BPM, the range is 20 BPM to 260. Like what the heck? It's like, where in the map is it 20 BPM? Yeah, random usernames. Yeah. There are so many ways to explore really weird things. It seems like you're really invested in the nuances. It shows that, in my opinion, that you have a great appreciation for all the parts of OS, like both the intellectual and the mechanical, and it's very expressive. So you're really into it, which is great. Not like we're talking about, not from a specialist standpoint, where you, a lot of times when you think of like really specialists, they hyper focus on one thing. Like, oh yeah, just how fast do you tap? I'm like, okay. It's like, oh, I tap this fast. So their entire conversation just revolves around that specific element, and it's a gamble they're going to take, because if I'm a person that can't relate to them, that's the only thing that we can possibly talk about, because that's the only thing that interests them. So they won't stay, you know? Like, the conversation, we can't make a connection, because that's all they express, that's all they care about. It is stereotypical. It is, I would say, if you were to try to gauge the level of intellectual complexity of a mechanical game like this, quote unquote mechanical game like this, it is, the community is largely mechanical forward. So they tend to be very specific. And I've already mentioned this when I came back to OS. I tend to write stuff up. I don't resonate with the OS community most of the time because I represent a minority. The paradigm in OS is that it's a mechanical game, and you must self-select yourself into mechanics because the ranking system and stuff, and a lot of it weighs heavier, not exclusively, but heavier on emphasizing mechanics. And because of that, the community self-selects into hyper-focusing on mechanics. So there's less to talk about if you're hyper-focused on very specific aspects. I can tell you about how music is like a lifeblood of a lot of the basics of these mechanics, and that's an interesting topic because music is far more varied than the mechanics of OS, which they use for mechanics. And I did play for rank a lot. I've learned to open over the years. Yeah, you're exploring. It keeps you engaged because remember, when you become a specialist, you have to practice endurance. And endurance isn't just your fingers, it's also your mind. So if you play for rank, eventually there's an asymptote, right? You're approaching and it slows. Then the intellectual stimulation becomes less and less a positive feedback, but more of a grind. And the creative process is what you discovered or have opened up to. The creative process keeps you loving something that you've entered a grind phase for. So, what is endurance? It's sprinkled with dexterity training. Dexterity training doesn't have to be your hands, literally. It can also be your mind. You keep things fresh, you keep things loving, because your mind can do a lot of great things to keep you motivated. So you don't fall out of love with what is empirically happening, which is like a natural state of biology. You're reaching, when you approach your cap, it takes exponentially more time and more endurance as well to see those improvements, right? But what always gives back all the time is a fresh outlook. So, and then you can go back to grinding. Endurance is fun. I like it. Here's a deep cut. Here's a hot take. If your endurance is 10 out of 10 in mind, body, and spirit, you are statistically more likely to be happy in life. Just a hot take. It would take like hours upon hours of like constructive setup to talk about that, but life is an endurance match. The least practiced skill, or the least practiced and least optional skill component or attribute of living is endurance. So if you can appreciate endurance, I'm willing to bet I'm on your side that you can be happy in life consistently. Because if there's anything that teaches you the value of endurance, is living. There's no options. It's not optional to not endure life. What happens when you stop enduring life? You don't live anymore. So hold on to that. It's the hardest. It's the thing that when you don't have a choice in practicing a skill, it sucks. It's the hardest one. So you kind of make compromises. You know, endurance is always a compromise. Like, is it fun? Like, even the phrase fun, like endurance, me, is interesting. It doesn't have to be fun. Like, I'm not, oh, here's another deep cut. Just a slight deep cut, but I don't play video games for fun. I play video games to keep on learning. So, fun is secondary. I still play it for fun per se, but it's not the top priority. It's learning. Learning is an endurance match for me. That's what keeps my endurance up. If it's also fun, absolutely. That's the GOAT. It's extra. Something that keeps me fun doesn't keep me from doing anything. Fun is an extra thing. So if I need to learn how to solve someone's depression, my friend is hurting and I have to help them. It doesn't matter if it's unfun or there's nothing in it for me. I'm learning something. It doesn't keep me from doing it. Usually start something and it sucks, but after I keep doing it, you got it. You nailed it. You absolutely nailed it. And even if it isn't fun, it becomes more significant. It becomes emotionally invested. You have caressed endurance. That is what in my opinion, that is one of the gold standards of being someone who truly understands the endurance the power of endurance. When you endure something, it becomes significant. Regardless, it becomes meaningful. So if you haven't practiced endurance and you you spent a year doing something and then you look back and you say it was a waste of time, you have not mastered the skill of endurance. Because you have not reached the ability to actively endure something and find significance in doing something long enough to appreciate it. So it's a very underestimated, underappreciated skill because we live in the hustle bustle of the internet culture where everything comes at an instance. Everything comes because you want it. Sometimes my success, quote unquote, I would say 80 to 90% of my success comes from something that I didn't know I want first. But the internet culture has given you a mechanical way of only giving you what you want. So how do you expose yourself to things you don't know you want yet? That's intellectually exploring. But when you're young, it can be hard because you don't have enough experience to do that in the first place. So when you ask yourself, if you're bored, which boredom is one of the most dangerous things, to a human's well-being. I had a digression about that when I was playing a live service game. When you hit boredom, you know that you have not mastered the way to endure something. You have not mastered a way to introduce new ideas and be open enough to make those new ideas yours. And that's tough. Because the internet only provides you with what you want. Not what you may want or learn to want. If you never learn to want something or learn to find something important, you don't practice the skill. There's nothing wrong with you. You're not built differently per se, like those people who are happy with anything. You're under-practiced. Most humans, it's a human condition to be able to use that type of coping mechanism and strength with practice. So if the internet spent the entire time doom scrolling you for exactly what you want, you never practice the skill, intellectual skill, to ever appreciate something that maybe it's ugly at first or maybe it's repulsive at first. But that's the greatest challenge. It's the endurance challenge. And for me, if there's anything I specialize in endurance. I'm gonna finger lock the heck out of this for the next 20 days, 30 days, 2 years, however long I want. It's not gonna change my outlook. I'm gonna have fun and learn, but specifically, I'm gonna learn something. I'm gonna take that learning experience and go somewhere else or do something else. I can't fail. I can't not learn something from this. So yeah, if someone's telling me like, oh yeah, you're not improving enough, it's like, I'm not improving enough in the way you might be thinking. But let me sit down with you for like 20 or 30 minutes and I'll explain to you how I can't possibly not be satisfied by the end of this 30-day journey. Because I'm an endurance person. That's kind of like a fun way to think about it. And I think if you're asking yourself, why are you happy? I think a lot of times it's that endurance property. Life is colorful and unimaginatively rewarding when you have confidence in yourself, knowing that whatever you do, it will never be a waste of time. So if you can truly say that, nothing can stop you. Not even talking to someone. You're never worried. Like, hey stranger, if you give me 30 minutes, any additional minutes, you will become further and further attached to me. And that's all I ask. You can walk away whenever you want. I'll learn something. But the longer you stay, the longer you understand that endurance will create sentimentalism. And sentimentalism leads to forever bonds. And it stays vivid in your memory. You don't forget things that you endure. You definitely forget things when they're easily like they're easily given to you, right? So when you're scrolling, doom scrolling through TikTok and stuff, it's reinforced by superficial connections. You don't develop any connections with someone. So here's my little plug. All the things I said makes you instantly more charismatic when you initiate conversation like that. I know, I don't have TikTok, but I usually refer to the statistical norm, right? talking that applies to a vast majority of people. I do scroll through YouTube shorts though. So here's the thing. So there you go. This is the realest discussion you've ever had on the internet. I'm gonna be real with you. That was a pun. I'm not very good with jokes, but I'm gonna be real with you. This is every day. Like, it doesn't stop. So I play video games and I stay online and record myself doing things, but it's just a backdrop to talking about how you can make this stuff make you happy in life, enable you in life. That's the idea. That is the idea. So I'm not here to be a very, very good OS player. I'm here to show you that I don't care what, well, I sort of care if it matters to you. I only care that you're happy about what you're doing. And you can be happy for yourself doing practically anything. Practically and figuratively anything. So tomorrow, like next year, I've been teasing this for a while. Next year, I'm learning Mandarin and Japanese formally. And I'm going to use it with the most criticized language tool on the internet. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to use and analyze what other people say is true about that app lacking certain things, and I'm going to complement it with the way I think. So what does Osu not teach you? Well, Osu definitely doesn't teach you about endurance that much, right? Like, what I mean is the ranking system doesn't necessarily pre-select for endurance, right? So what am I doing? I'm doing the one thing that the rating system doesn't weight very much as a critique of it, per se. When I play a video game, that's what I do. I look for things that are missing or not missing, or what the developer has intended. It's constantly learning, not necessarily for that no-hit run that you've seen for the 1,000th time by the 10,000th soul runner online. I still watch those for sure. Like, they're very entertaining. All due respect. I just don't do that. And here we are. What if you just go to my OS profile and look at my most played maps? You will be it's pretty comical. I think it's one of the talking topics. Whenever someone goes through my OS profile and look at the most played maps, it's these maps. That's it. Like, how do you even have fun doing these? Well, I think about these discussions all the time while I'm doing this. Now I have to cool down because there's no way we're gonna stretch goals, so we're gonna go into our comfort zone, which our comfort zone is 155 and lower. Yeah. See, I don't know how you're gonna take this or not, but a lot of times when I meet a stranger online, which is very occasionally, by the way, because usually I stream on Twitch and now YouTube, all for the sake of my own personal like legacy building, right? But when I meet a stranger, my first concern is I'm curious what the circumstances are for the stranger to encounter someone who's basically recording for posterity, right? So the idea is there's a lot of pre-selection, there are a lot of things that I must confirm, and I start them by analyzing the way they talk and express, and then follow up with questions. And often what I'm trying to determine is this person willing to tell me or express to me that they're happy or intellectually like stimulated and whatnot. And for you, Yeah, there's no question in my mind that you are happier than a vast majority of OS players. Shut up, Coffers. Sorry, Coffers is on Twitch right now. He's one of the peps. But anyways, that's kind of my thought. Like, here's another thing. Your profile pic on YouTube is a sunflower. Now I'm taking it all in. Like, I didn't even mention the idea that at least it looks like a sunflower to me. It's kind of a small icon, but I'm pretty sure it's a sunflower. That speaks volumes about the type of personality or type of person in their state of mind to choose. So, you know, there are a lot of little things. Yeah, and that's great. Like, that's what I'm talking about. Those are the things that I love about interacting with strangers. It's the closest thing I can get without stepping outside and randomly saying hi to a stranger. Tell me about your life. A teacher in my opinion, a teacher and an educator is only as effective as their comprehension skills and understanding. So, before you go and teach or talk about things, you kind of need to know the person. And that's kind of the idea. Oh, and now you're on Twitch. Well, there you go. See? That's kind of how it works. And when I play video games, like other games and stuff, that's pretty much it. The whole goal is to slow down and just think about it. Peppy created this, you know? And then with the help of a lot of additional people, Osu Laser is about to be released. Or like have rank play, right? Eventually, soon TM. And the idea is someone created everything that we enjoy or like consume. It's such a missed opportunity, not a waste of time, nor is it mandatory, but it's such a missed opportunity not to get to know the person's product and know a lot about the person by the way they express it. Like, what is this UI telling you about Peppy & Co? That is why video games, movies, books, and stuff all feel the same to me in a good way, in a great way, because the challenge, the game of life, is to figure out how well do you know this person, or how much does this person tell you about themselves when you're consuming a product they made. It can be bad or good, you know, you have your subjectivities like morally gray, morally etc. But the game to me is how perceptive are you at doing that? And it's always a fun thing when I'm talking to a stranger. You know? I'm just like sunflowers because they just give me this sense of peace of mind that I seek in life, by the way, if you're curious. That checks out. That checks out really well, actually. That is... honestly, that's incredibly endearing. I don't particularly have a flower in mind, but I'm gonna have to keep that in mind. I have another poetic twist on sunflowers. I think sunflowers is akin to the cycle of the sun and also the cycle of life and death. Because a sunflower blooms in a specific season and then sheds and then comes back. In general, a lot of flowers, but sunflowers are iconic for the idea that there's a cycle in life. So if I were symbolically thinking about sunflower, I think about the imagery of a flower coming into being, then going back into a dormant state, and then coming back up again. And it's symbolic of a specific time of the year for those who experience seasons, I suppose.
we would have to refrain from like where there are sunflowers. And the whole idea of flowers is beautiful because it's kind of like phoenixes, right? The mythological, the idea of life, return, and then life again. It's very cyclic. Nature in general is very beautiful in that. And I couldn't exactly pinpoint the details about sunflowers specifically, but I could say that you would be able to empathize with what I said because you picked an avatar, like a profile pic, that involves nature. And an appreciation for nature tends to be the idea of this thing, like things coming into being and then going through cycles. And that's life. That's what appreciation of life is. In order to appreciate life, you must understand the you have to appreciate nature itself, because nature illustrates that things are momentary in the present. They have beginning and ends, and there's a beauty to that shortness or long, like that period, and a constant appreciation for it, you know. I just usually think of the countryside that surrounds which I live personally. Nice. I live in a countryside too, in a development, but where I live in the suburbs, which is at the interface between farmland and the metropolitan. Oh, you took the picture yourself. It did look like a photography image. That is a neat thing, that it is even a picture that you took yourself. Like, for example, my profile, I drew that myself. I'm telling you, it's not a coincidence that there are a lot of common threads that can be agreeable. So I started drawing when I picked up the tablet for OS. So all my drawing, I actually, okay, this is a cliche thing that a lot of people talk about as a feature. It's like, oh yeah, I'll buy a tablet for OS. I could even use it for drawing. It's like, I actually did the opposite. I actually drew before I played OS. And my reasoning was, oh, I need to draw something. But it is very appropriate for OS as well. So I know the cliche of like, oh yeah, well, I could always do artwork later, you know? But secretly, they're usually playing OS like 90% of the time. So every October, I do a drawing thing just to keep myself. So every year before this, so I have a pattern, right? Inktober, I draw for 30 days. And in November, I take a break. And in December, I do OS training. And then every other place is a little bit fluid. So it's a pattern. I do these in patterns. So I endurance a lot. I do things in an enduring way. So I like doing 30-day challenges or 3-month challenges. At the end of Inktober, in November, right? At the end of Inktober, in November, that's when I started my running challenge. So last November, I told myself that I would run up to 3 miles every single day. And today is day 399. So I'm really serious about being an endurance person. So you can too if you want. You can join me and share with me your way of keeping yourself motivated to run each day. I told myself I needed to get an hour and a half of outside time per week just to keep up my cardiovascular and sun exposure kind of thing. So every day, every single day, rain, shine, snow, below freezing, or 37 degrees Celsius or higher, or 100 degrees Fahrenheit if you're in different. Every day. In the almost 400 days so far, there were 8 thunderstorms, 3 snow showers, and last year, it's getting colder now here, but last year there were 7 days that were. Oh, you're Italian? Okay, so we'll stay with Celsius. Last year there were 3 days that were -4 degrees Celsius. So yeah, I'm in the United States and I'm a scientist, so I use both. So it's habitually common for scientists to bounce back and forth, since there's an appropriateness for using both. Like, for example, my route is closer to 3 miles in 6 laps than it is to 5 kilometers. However, if I could have possibly extended it by a little, I prefer to say 5 kilometers over 3 miles. So it's about of convenience a lot of times. So when I talk about freezing, I use 0 degrees Celsius as opposed to 32 degrees Fahrenheit. Because 32 is kind of a gross number versus 0, right? And I do like when we're talking about boiling points and freezing points, 0 and 100. However, when you're talking about like thermometers and stuff, like your body temperature, Fahrenheit. Because your body temperature is very close to 100 when you're thinking about Fahrenheit. So generally speaking, it's like, a little under 100. Fair enough. Or when something is too many kilometers, I would use miles. That kind of thing. So, however, I always ask what the person is using first. Because to me, if I'm the flexible one, it's a win-win. Because I don't have a preference of use, technically. So I always generally say both, and then find out which one is more flexible. And that's part of the whole communication thing, right? I don't say football and soccer, which is kind of funny because that's the conversation you entered with me and Wide. The whole football and soccer thing, that's kind of where our conversation started. It was interesting that he, Wide, decided to use the word soccer, taking into account that I appear American, or I sound American. And that's brilliant, because that person is talking empathetically, as opposed to selfishly, inwardly. And that's a sign of a great communication person. And then I was curious, what did this person study? And they said translation and entrepreneurship in English. It's like, that's awesome. It checks out, because it's a skill and a personality that coincides with someone's choices. I am overly concerned about people's success. So the first thing I focus on is when something is not weird, like when someone says, oh yeah, I want to be a great musician, and the first thing they say is they only listen to rock music. That can be difficult. Like, what I mean is, my question I would ask is like, so why only rock music? Do you have any interest in other forms of music? That kind of thing. So I love to explore someone's like peculiarities. Genuinely likely to hope that it leads to some sort of self-exploration. Because when you say you want to do something and your behavior is suggesting you're doing something else, or pragmatically, that's kind of the whole reason of wanting to create content creation. You're trying to get people to empathize with you. And my empathy is, I want people to know that you have the ability to make yourself so much more likely to succeed if you have a particular mindset. And that mindset is to be open enough to encompass all the adjacent things that are involved in your interest. So when someone says they're a gamer and they like video games, and I ask them, so what kind of video games? Just off the top of your head, what kind of video games? And they immediately just name 6 FPSs. All I can think about is, so do you consider other video games? Because if you're saying you're a video gamer, that's different from saying you like FPSs. And that's a limit. That's a limitation in expression. So my goal indirectly, secretly, I tell people every once in a while, what my goal is, I want to communicate and discuss enough that it naturally translates to another person being able to be comfortable and specifically express on their own. My content is designed to create empathy and naturally create intuition on communicating more specifically. Remove the bounds of feeling apprehensive or misleading people or unintentionally just having miscommunication. So next time I like to think that that person would be like, oh yeah, you know what? I really just like FPSs. So in the future, when they go and introduce themselves and they have to cut the chase, they're like, I play FPSs. And immediately you gain so much more insight into yourself and express things concisely without having to like run into time, like too little time, misinterpretations, a flurry of other questions, and then it leads to frustration about miscommunication, all that stuff. I like playing a great variety of game too, by the way. I don't just play Oaths, though it might sound like I did when I played for 3 years straight. I play one live service game every single day, and I played it for over 10 years. I still play it today. I actually played 3 live service games, but the oldest one is 10 years. I'm still here playing Oaths. So for all intents and purposes, an endurance person can do a lot of things for a very long time. And I'm not surprised that you have an inclination to play other things. I do too, right? I mean, if you look at what I'm recording, I would be very surprised if someone tells me that I have a specific game type that I focus on or have something to say about. So I'm there with you. I can definitely resonate with that idea. A healthy mind is a balance of both, right? Like you're moderating, right? So you have the ability to be open to a variety of games, but that's not the thing that only defines you. You are also dedicated to something as well. You've been playing Mario Kart for 12 years? There you go. And we're not talking about technicality. It's not technicality. If you know, I'm a person that resonates with you. You played it for 12 years. That's it. On and off, that is the mind of a very, very healthy person. Right? When you do something that consumes your life unconditionally, that's when you need to start worrying about yourself. Or I would be worried for you. So whenever someone comes in and tells me like, man, I suck at Oaths and therefore I'm miserable, I'm worried about that person. It tells you they don't have other coping mechanisms. They have no other alternatives. They weigh disproportionately all their value of their self-identity into one thing. That is scary. And the first thing I would want to do is help encourage that person to try. I would try my best to encourage that person or expose that person to something else that may interest them. Because in the long run, you are going to lose the endurance match. You will. It's human condition. It's a constant fight if you have no ability to moderate. And it's without question, people who have long discussions and have lots to share are healthier and consistently healthier. Because if one thing fails to them, there are plenty of backups. With that said, an even healthier person is the ability to stay committed to something, but have the option of leaving and coming back. And that's what you just discussed. On and off. Why did I stop playing OS for 7 months plus? Because I can. Did I technically stop? No, I didn't. I watch OS. I have a friend who plays OS every single day. Like almost literally every single day. I'm still exposed to this. I'm still connected to this game. I don't have to literally play it. I can walk away and come back and still feel incredibly passionate about it. I feel we're on the same page there. So the deep cut here is you sound like someone who finds richness in life without hands down. That's kind of sweet. Because generally when you're on the internet, especially on Twitch, you typically encounter people who are looking for specific things and only interested in specific things. And low-key, that is also why I stream on Twitch. Because I think that if there's anything I can do unintentionally or maybe intentionally, is that I can at least try my best to encourage the people who I'm specifically talking about that pre-select themselves into Twitch to look for more things to escape reality with, to endure life a bit better and see that it's more vibrant, even within their own specific thing. So I want to communicate, at least if someone bumps in and sees me playing OS, I want to at least leave them with an idea that there is more to OS than just your PP. That sounded a little lewd, huh? But you know what I mean. There's a lot more, and you can get used to that. And you already said most of it, like how you pick maps and different names and other things of interest. So I'm sounding like I'm just pandering to you. But that's great, because now I know there are actually people who enjoy OS that isn't that. But one thing we have to be real with ourselves here. The vast majority of OS community is not that. It's not what we're talking about now. If it was, reality would say that I would be more popular, right? Because more people would resonate with me, but that's not it. I don't resonate with the large majority of the OS community because I don't suffer the same things they do. Like, it sucks to say that word suffering because I don't suffer when I'm practicing things. But generally speaking, a great large majority of the OS community is self-inflicted harm. And what I mean is not physically, mentally. It's such a demanding task to do the in-the-box thing that the ranking system does. And it hurts them. It's self-inflicted. And eventually they get depressed, unmotivated, and, well, it's the internet. So there isn't anyone to help you with that, right? The best thing you can have is an influencer showing you another way to enjoy it. And that's what they do. That's what they do. Other influencers try to find a way to enjoy OS that allows OS players to forget momentarily or distract themselves from feeling like their rank messes with their value in their life. This is a life skill, right? By the way, the thing I'm thinking about is a real life thing. When you get stuck on not moderating, comparing yourself to your next competition, it will eat you it will eat all of your motivation up. So it's a balance between engaging yourself for your own personal enrichment while at the same time being grounded by what you can observe. And successful people tend to have characteristics of that. Oh, you were like that too. I'm so glad I got out of that. That's great. And I can see that. And generally speaking, here's another meta. I'm glad that you were able to find your way out of that. The internet doesn't provide that. It doesn't. It's actually trying to keep you from doing that. And that's why there's a whole debate and controversy about what Google and etc. are doing. Is it their responsibility or not to condition and normalize overexposure to complacency? So in a way, the internet is programming you to do that. And I'm glad that you recognize that, going even more yeah, so that's the idea. And I don't think it's intentional. I purely think when you follow pragmatism, when you're being objective, right? The thing about being objective is it's unfilling. It's not subjective. It's anti-human. So when you're being efficient, which the internet is about, business is about efficiency, you know? It's not personal, it's business. When you keep focusing on being objective, it becomes more and more void of subjectivity. However, thankfully humans, when the problem becomes big enough, humans as a whole tend to normalize that with an infusion of subjectivity. So nowadays you can see an uptrend in like things to do about it. What happens when someone starts believing that like what the algorithm is unintentionally but for a very pragmatic reason psychologically proning someone to evaluating their entire life value based on what they see and want to see? Well, when that thing fails them, they have no other options. So who's responsible for that? Is it the responsibility of the platform? Is it the responsibility of the end user? Is it the responsibility of the parents? My personal answer when it comes to human things is all of the above. And it takes all of the above to create a balance. So I imagine in the future that what I'm doing now, in my opinion, what I'm doing now will become at least a smidgen more popular, which is playing a game, doing things that everyone else is doing, but make it seem like it's not the best thing or the only thing you should be doing. It should be an avenue for someone to explore what works for them. Because the internet hustle culture, what sells on the internet, what the algorithm suggests is you literally, I kid you not, go on YouTube and search how to be popular on YouTube, how to be popular on Twitch. Your first advice you're gonna get is tell your audience what they need or what they want. That is legitimately how you get ahead, and pragmatically speaking, it works really, really well. What is the consequence of that? Well, you're literally conditioning your community to be that, exactly what you want. And what is what you want? Everything you know. So what happens? It's the only thing those people will be predominantly aware of is everything one person or one set of organization wants you to know. Not intentional, not malicious. Just to keep in mind that your community is made of a mosaic of individuals. And if your advice fails to lead them to a prosperous life, sure, you get fans, you also get enemies. And the last thing I want is the internet tearing each other apart. And different people, different strangers constantly tearing each other apart. And that's kind of why optimism and overselling is a tool that is very effective on YouTube algorithms and content creation. However, it has a lingering, long, endurance-dependent pre-selection. And that pre-selection is the conditioning of how to cope and problem solve. It removes all of it. It removes the necessity for communication. It removes the necessity to develop problem-solving abilities. And it also removes open-mindedness. Those three things are what makes me a scientist. That's why I pursued science. Those are the three things: communication, problem-solving, and open-mindedness. So what do I do when I'm making content? Well, the three skills that I've been practicing most of my life. Are they popular? Absolutely not. You don't go on the internet to solve problems or to have to think about how to solve a problem. You don't go on the internet to have to talk. You expect your content to resonate with you unspoken. Like, who do you go and watch as an influencer? An influencer that completely agrees with you, so that you don't ever have to worry about what they're thinking. You don't have to worry about disagreeing with an influencer. You only agree with them. You're looking for an influencer that removes the need to communicate to solve any problems or conflict of interest. And you stay narrow-minded because it's all the ideas you want. So what will I do when someone resonates with me? I challenge them. That's it. How do you get out of a state of being narrow-minded, not having to solve problems, not having to communicate? You always challenge yourself. What is the scientific method? How does the scientific method work? You ask yourself a question, then you try to prove the opposite. It's called null hypothesis testing. The holy grail of the scientific method, and the most important part, arguably, is the first step. You challenge your own notion of what is true. It's not creating the hypothesis. Unfortunately, that's where kids mostly start, because they want answers. But it really just starts with the question you're asking. So, like, I think, for example, a good relation back to oaths is, do the oaths ranking system measure endurance? Well, my hypothesis is that it doesn't. So the first thing I have to do to challenge myself is to find out if it does. So what I did a lot of times was I just practiced endurance and see how that translated to my aptitude for playing PP weighted maps. It didn't. What did that do? It didn't prove the null hypothesis. It proved and thus my hypothesis is more accurate. That the ranking system doesn't prioritize or weight in any significant way endurance. You know? Sorry if I haven't. No, it's perfectly alright. It's perfectly alright. I love this. I mean, I'll give you a little context. You enter the classroom, and I have to teach you Biology 101, which is a summary of all the biology you learned in high school. So you enter my class. How the heck am I going to have to engage you for 15 minutes in the wee hours of the morning where your brain is arguably not turned on yet? I'm doing it now. So if you're saying, if you're worried about not writing too much or being responsive, it's very, I'm perfectly alright, because the idea is that's what I do most of the time, right? Like in a seminar, it's not an interaction, it's more of a Q&A. So It's very common. And it's also not a very popular form of Twitch format or YouTube format. Because engagement, right? The whole idea of engagement is not necessarily prone for deep discussion. It's usually for pleasantries or visceral response. You're quite spot on. Do with example. I'm in fact a high school student. Oh, interesting. Very interesting. You are. Here's a funny thing about that detail. Your outlook on life or your outlook on skill development and whatnot tells me that your intellectual and maturity is higher than a high schooler right now. I would say, generally speaking, in your development process, these kind of lessons that you're learning right now comes a lot later. Like when you are obligatorily being exposed to something that's outside your immediate environment. Because as a high schooler, you know, you're with family, it's in a smaller system, but how you utilize and you really exited out that phase quite a bit. Generally it takes about like college or leaving the nest, where you start traveling and being exposed to other things, that you discover that thing that we were just talking about, getting out of the rut of a ranking system, like the pros and cons of a ranking system, or the pros and cons about specializing in a task and balancing it with taking in new information. That's pretty awesome. What are you gonna do after high school? Do you have a plan? I imagine you're like at the latter end, so maybe junior, senior. It might be your 4th year or your 3rd year, depending on like how European education system works. But you're probably 3rd or 4th year and thinking about college soon, or maybe whatever your career is soon. You're a senior? Okay. Yeah, I enjoy also talking to older, more experienced people. Ah, okay. Well, congrats on making it to senior. 5th year? Yeah, I'm never, you know, I can't take for granted the differences in educational system. So it's often a guess, and I want to make sure that I'm not making any poor assumptions. So that's great. What's your plan for the future? I'm gonna do this a little bit. I'll let you type while I do this. I think I can do 150 pretty okay. We'll wind down. This is a life lesson. This is a life lesson if you can see it. And I'm not just talking about 727 here. You know? There's an Osu pun in there. For you hooligans. Oh, cold. Let's do this. This is This is fair. This is just pretty relaxing. I saw a lot. I saw a really interesting text at the corner of my eye. I'm resisting right now. Give me a sec. Math and physics related stuff though. Music production? Ooh, that's an interesting flex. I thought of doing something in the field of engineering and acoustics. Oh, that's a really clever thing. That's a great integration actually. There's low key a really thriving. We do have to keep in consideration that there will be what you're thinking about is something that will happen in if it will remain true in 3 or 4 years. But here's the thing that I'm thinking of right now. There is an uptrend in integrating, like, there's a demand for individuals who are invested in engineering, especially in the sound production, because of the incredible uptrend in content creation in general. So in a way you can kind of interface between many things, and becoming an engineer and acoustics is that's great integration of math and physics while looking at music production. That's super clever. It's very mature as well, actually. So college is where I live, don't really offer social, so I'll probably have a bit further from home if I, yeah. Okay, that's definitely understandable. Yeah. Yeah. Leaving the nest is definitely a decision that you'll definitely have to weigh the pros and cons for. That's a super clever way of integrating your interests though. Give me 5 years to come up with that though. That's fair. Life is an endurance match, Andrea. It's an endurance match. However long it takes you to get there. The idea is getting there with a developed peace of mind. So it's not a race, right? It's a marathon. I mean, it's not a sprint. It's a marathon. So 5 years, I say those 5 years are incredibly worth it. Because in my opinion, psychologically, just as a light note, those 5 years allowed a proper amount of inspiration and thought that allowed you to make a decision that is incredibly considerate of a lot of things, right? So however much experience you require, people vary in the amount of experience they require to make a decision. And it sounds like a really great decision. Here's something to contrast with. I had the privilege to, be like a teacher of some sort to a lot of college students, right? Most of the people, if you ask them, it's like, oh yeah, so why here? What interests you? I did it because I was told. That is like a very stock, and I'm paraphrasing, because a lot of times it is disguised as their own motivation. So for example, a lot of times it'd be like, oh, my parents are doctors too. And they kind of expect that I need a job that's good paying. And it's like, so far you just spent, to me, you just talk to, like, I'm older, right? I'm more experienced, and I'm also Asian American. It's very common for Asian American. The idea is, I still haven't heard anything that reflects a conscious evidence of self-awareness and projection of their own interest. So the first concern as an educator is I have to either make sure by coincidence they're excellent at what they do, right? They'll excel at what they do, but despite if it's not what they want. So the first thing I had to do is literally check for the thing that I was talking about. Can they learn to love this thing that is most definitely passed down by their parents? Because that can work. That can work really, really well. However, a mentor and a teacher has to be able to see when a student is struggling, but they also excel at something else. And the thing that they think they're going to do is creating interference. So you have to divert them, right? I don't think it's a disservice, in my opinion. It's incredibly disrespectful to another human being if you think, oh yeah, they're failing, they don't know what to do, it's not my problem because I don't teach that. The idea is, if this person's failing, what can they succeed at? Because they don't have the experience that you do. So naturally, the idea is, it's very great to hear. One of the key things is when someone, the gold standard would be someone who expressed it and be able to explain why they chose it. And it's a projection of themselves. Because for me, no matter what they do, they're gonna be successful. Like, what I mean is, they'll ultimately find happiness. Not success in the traditional way that most people talk about. When I say successful, I'm not just talking about money and accolades and stuff. I'm talking about their happiness. If they express to me immediately that they want to do this, and they can explain why they're interested in it, and it's their idea, it doesn't matter what they do. If they suck now, they're going to be great later. The idea is, that's the gold standard, right? So not all kids, I would say the vast majority of kids that enter college are even at that point. They either say, well, everyone has a college degree, right? In my generation in the United States, I'm a millennial generation, and that gilded image that everyone in my generation has a college degree, like everyone goes to college and then college guarantees jobs, that is the consequence of that. The idea that since everyone's doing it, you do it, and it creates consistency. Well, it didn't. I'm just saying, like, brutally, statistically, it really didn't. And that's kind of the dangers that I don't necessarily want for anyone that I would be talking with. Like, the idea is, I need evidence that you consciously have enough self-awareness to do this. Those kids, I don't even bother, like, they'll come for help when they want because they're self-aware, right? So you don't even have to technically pay attention to them because they'll know when they're struggling and having, having problems because they're dedicated to that thing. The kids who are doing really well, but they're just doing it because they're told to be doing it, right? The normalized kids, the internet generation is a great example. Being told what is best, what is being... Those people, you have to make sure that they have the dexterity and the natural inclination to make it work. Because if it doesn't, they have no fallback. They didn't spend enough time exploring themselves yet. So in hindsight, you make sure that they either are already on board or they're not. If they're not, then you want to ask them and explore. You want them to explore other alternatives while doing this. And instead of shooting them down right away, leave it open for them to be able to see if they can make it work. But at the same time, you have to look out for those younger people. It's like, okay, I understand you're really good at this, but I'm a little worried. I'm just a little worried because everything you said so far is kind of like you were already roped into it. So let's spend a little time making sure new ideas come in so that just in case, because it's absolutely devastating when a young person who only knows what is being told to do reach adulthood without any form of self-awareness or self-expression. They will be unable to tell you that they have a problem, and they also will be unable to solve that problem on their own. Not because they're incompetent. Not because they're incompetent. It's because the order of operations matter in life. Life is on a timeline. You have limited experience as a kid, and those experiences can be all in a box if the system creates that. It's not, if you don't have a choice in that option, then you can't possibly be proficient at it. So that's why I worry about most of the time. Especially if I'm streaming online and I'm playing a game that's dominated by younger kids, right? So generally around high school, maybe first year of college, usually high school or lower are the dominant age group in OS at least. So this type of conversation I have a lot of. So I tend to focus on this because it's very relevant to kids, like especially your age, kids your age. I don't speak like this, by the way, anywhere else. Oh yeah, you're in Italy, so it is definitely... I don't know if you still have school. Do you have vacation yet? Yeah, it should be midnight. Yeah, 6 hours away. The thing about income is also pretty relevant too. A lot of my classmates want to do engineering because they say it pays well. Yeah. Yep. Well, it was a nice chat. Thanks for hanging out. I hope so. I think you're incredibly mature for your age. And there's nothing that can stop. Like, I don't want to give you a false sense of security because you can get unlucky. Life is lucky too, so there's a luck factor. Oh, you have vacation in about 2 or 3 weeks? Okay. Well, I think you're incredibly seasoned, for sure. So, hopefully it was a nice chat. I really appreciate the share. It gives me something to talk about while playing OS. Yeah, sleep well. Thanks for hanging out. Good luck. Good luck with the rest of school and final, midterms or something. Get ready for the exams. All right, we're gonna do a few more runs because didn't put in our volume for today. Okay. A few little bops here and there. Just put in a few more volume practices. Get our presses in, you know. Ooh, okay. That burned a little. One more. One more for the win. Yeah, man. Feels so uh surprising every time my hand like skips. It just happens every 50 seconds. It's kind of like 50 seconds. Where it just jolts a little and then my ring finger kind of like skips a beat. And then it goes right back to normal, as though nothing happened, right? It just like blah, and then suddenly resumes the same thing, and it's very unintentional. It's kind of like just this involuntary. I don't think it's a spasm, but it's just like an involuntary twitch, and just immediately it just goes back to its same rhythm. So I'm like mentally know what cadence, like what BPM I'm cooking, but it doesn't reduce that sudden little jolt or spasm. Just have to accept it, you know? It's part of biology at this point. Getting old. Old things, old problems. Alright. I'm gonna have to figure out how I'm gonna cut this particular practice session. But we put in our volume. Got a little sidetracked, but it's a good active rest, you know? We'll come back tomorrow. See if we can break the sound barrier. Slow and steady. Alright. Oh, that's a wrap for day 9. Right? We'll see you next time.
See you next time.
Alright, we're gonna switch gears here. Do. Okay. Alright. I don't even need to go to the bathroom. I'm kind of dehydrated a little. All right. So last time we hopped into the battle royale, right? The battle royale mode that they have. There are some pleasant surprises and some concerns I have, obviously. The original concern was just, it's an indie game. Battle royale requires a very large player pool. I mean, even some of the best still continue to refine matchmaking in order to proliferate. However, the silver lining is battle royales can be completely populated by bots, which is acceptable. It's absolutely acceptable. It's a great hindsight thing to include that, being an indie game, right? The downside is I can confirm that there are achievements that are broken. They're not working. You can't trigger them. That includes dealing hype in one turn, so 50, 75, 100, and 150. Broken. The having bummer cards in your hand, probably broken too. I only did it in tour mode though. Having 6 gears, broken. The win thing works though. Win round 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Losing did work. It triggered the 5th round winning. So what we're gonna do right now is we're just gonna forfeit round 1, 2, 3, 4, and then 6 deliberately. And that's kind of what I mean by my biggest criticism about multiplayer, especially in indie games, that has a single player component per se. Having achievements that deal with multiplayer, especially ones that have undesirable outcomes, will generally lead to deliberate and intentional things. Also, no developer, obviously, Grand Royales developers are not in Grand Royales, so I think those are just going to be a lost cause, losing or winning against a developer. So that's also a huge negative for having achievements. It's a little bit of an oversight. I don't think the person who particularly made achievements kind of have the appropriate psychological connection with the attraction of what Steam achievements are. In fact, a lot of video games, the mainstream ones, might not even have achievements at all. But generally speaking, when they tackle achievements, it's often refined enough to understand that achievements are for completion, and completion is not generally favorable when it's dependent on something they cannot control, like the presence of a developer. That is very impractical for both objective business logic and subjective point of views. It's a lose-lose. So inherently, I would say retroactively removing them is very appropriate. The whole losing thing, I guess that's fair enough. The idea is that if you had a game, had that population pool, there would be a chance that you would lose in all those rounds, and I get the theory behind that. However, this is an indie game. A battle royale as an indie game is very, very ambitious, and basically we're just gonna forfeit round 1, 2, 3, and 4, and 6 just to get them, because I'm a completionist. That's what Steam achievements appeal to. Those two developer things, that's a very sore spot. Having multiplayer dependent Steam achievements in general is inherently an completion thing. It's actually antiing the very nature of what makes achievements popular, with a few exceptions. Games that only release with a multiplayer component, that's fair enough. In a lot of those multiplayer components, they don't even have Steam achievements. It's very different from having achievements and accolades tied to the game itself, like multiplayer performances, like titles and ranks and stuff. That's very different. Steam achievements is for legacy building. It's a Steam profile thing. It's like Xbox achievements and trophies. Those things tend to be towards completion. It's a legacy thing. It's an endurance thing. It's how loyal you remain to a game, not dependent on performance a lot of times. Occasionally you throw in 1 or 2 performances, which I excuse it for, because playing the developers, that's probably not going to happen. Or let alone lose or win, so you have to bump into developers twice. From our early experience, it's probably not going to happen. Maybe we'll try to get on during the 1.2 launch, like the 1.2 patch, and see if we bump into a developer. That's a possibility. We know it's not during Grand Royales, even though it's pre-scheduled, right? And there's no evidence of an advertisement for like, hey, we're gonna have a dev stream and reveal our roadmap, and we're gonna hop into the game. There'll be 4 dev teams in this Royale, so hop on in and play or something. That could be a future thing. I can see it in a future thing. Right now, the biggest trends to get your game out there, regardless of its context and its niche, is content creation. And Steam's platform is incredible for that, because it removes all the baggage of like promotions and whatnot, and it's a hub that's already enriched for that stuff. You can see it, like whenever you go on the front page of a game, if there's a live stream going on that's a dev stream, it's like, it's hard to miss, and you got it. So that could be a future thing. I don't know if they're going to or not, because generally speaking, when you think of indie groups and you think of small groups, it's not very common for someone to be a professional content creator, or like someone who does content creation habitually and successfully in the group, because their talents and specialization skills would be more appropriate for game development first. Those that do, you can definitely see that there's a work in progress. There's going to be a maturity over time on how to present content to very specific communities, especially the Steam community. I feel like Steam community is far more laxed and receptive because the games are pre-selected and all the information is already there in the hub. So it's a very different community. Just some thoughts and whatnot. We played the keyboardists and the basses. So we need to get all our instruments up to level 30 as well. So what we're gonna do is we're probably just gonna play the guitar a few rounds. You get a lot of XP for the Royale, so we're just gonna hop in. I should have queued up first while we start. And you can do a whole bot army, like a bot band. And what I'm gonna do is, well, the incarnation, I'm just gonna put them in auto because that's fun. And if we're largely going up against bots, then might as well have a bot team. You can actually control everyone manually, which is kind of sweaty and kind of not my jam because I do it all the time anyways. So I'm not gonna control these bots. Like, if I wanted to control these bots, in my opinion, it kind of deflates the uniqueness of this game. And unfortunately, they have to be bots because the player pool is very small or almost non-existent around the bot. So at least this is a decent facsimile for the experience that on paper, in my opinion, is fantastic. I just think the execution leaves a little bit to be desired, which it's a work in progress. So we're just gonna level the guitarist. We already did an extra like go ahead with keyboard and bassist. We're gonna throw the first match anyways. I'm curious if you have to literally lose, or can you just rage quit out and it counts? Yeah, see, that's what I mean by Steam achievements, especially having multiplayer ones that involve not winning. You know what? We'll lose on round 6 first. Let's go backwards. Meh. Break their stuff. Warming up.
Ooh. This stuff's okay. Or cowbell. Now let's take this. Wait. Didn't I thought I'd get card picks. I guess not. Are these items different? They're kind of similar actually. There are some changes. Okay. Interesting. Oh man, there's some good cheap ones in this one. Can we see any people? Nope. They're all bots. And then the gold panel one is I'm guessing a higher diff bot team. Actually, let's just throw this match. I need my endorphins right away. Oh, here we go. Let's just skip all. I need my endorphins early, so let's go grab the achievements. We just end turn. That's basically it. They can keep playing, but we're just gonna end the turn. If they win by default, that'd be pretty impressive, actually. Oh, you can't like forcefully end the turn. You actually have to wait. So, we'll control it manually next time. Yeah, we'll control it manually next time. Yeah, this happens a lot. This happens more often than I would like to admit, even when I'm playing games that are PvE centric. The PvP component, adding like completion tasks, this is what I do. Like a lot of times, like, oh wait, I develop enough competency to at least perform above average, but all these achievements that require you to perform below average, you have to legitimately and intentionally throw. When it's thematic, it's great. When it's not thematic and it's just like statistics bound, it's uninspired, I would say, and possibly even negative. Things like win a match by barely surviving with a specific card in hand, or deliberately picking up a bad item so that you get an achievement in a PvP setting. So it's effectively encouraging you to throw. That's different from, can you beat this game with this item that has both a drawback and a positive, and it is a legitimate route to victory. That's a different story. That's a challenge. It's not intentionally throwing. This, unfortunately, is intentionally throwing. The silver lining here is everyone's bots, so you're not hurting anyone's feelings or skewing or ruining the PvP experience. Although it feels like the band is just gonna win even without my involvement. So we had to change this to manual to lose the first round. Possibly, yeah. I think we have to change this to manual to even lose the first round. I think personally that's just inexperience. I don't think it was necessarily a natural oversight or intended oversight, like a bias or anything. Generally speaking, I think it's inexperience. It's a natural inexperience. Like on paper, it sounds reasonable that maybe you'll lose first round. However, in practice, your player pool is non-existent, so it's already even difficult to lose the first round from the bots alone. Because I'm not even playing my
I'm not even playing my instrument position. And I think we're gonna win the first round. And it kind of feels like bots are probably a buy for the most part. If you're played it with any extended amount of time. But they're tuned to be okay. I would say it's about okay. Like, they ran out of song sections. Look at that. The band just floated 7 energy. But they do scale up. Just in this case, I don't know if you can just like exit, like leave the game and get the credit. I think you actually have to literally lose. That awkward feeling. Honestly, low-key, this is a great example why I feel the guitarist is the weakest link in the band. It's not really, because in the beginning, most of the stock default starts are very similar between the 4. However, I do feel like the guitarist has poor scaling in the specialty department because it's a jack of all trade class. Oh, there we go. Are they gonna get it? Oh, they tied. Wait. Oh, I just saw something I haven't ever seen. A turn limit. There are turn limits in this game. So you can't deliberately like stall with the hype thing. The negative hype thing that I was thinking of. You can't just stall for XP. I just saw a turn limit thing. 69. Come on, guys, you can do it. Palatable cookies. I like that name. That name is kind of cute. Come on, palatable cookies. It doesn't roll off the tongue, but I like the word palatable. You can do it. There you go. Almost dropped the ball there, man. There you go. They almost 3v4'd. You still get XP. Alright. Alright, let's try again. And this time... Hold up. We're gonna have manual control. Oh no, we don't want manual control. Because I don't want to play... I don't want to have to pick the first round. We can win the first round pretty... all good. Do we have another buddy? Wow, that's an edgy buddy. Sure. That guy's so edgy. What the heck? There is a complete void of sound in the waiting period. I guess the tournament starts have to line up. So the wait time is shorter because it lined up, I guess, because we got eliminated from the first round. Wait. Hold. Ooh. I'm pretty sure that's another band. That's another human band. Dear Getter, really appreciate.
You're good at joke with all-seeing eyeball. What is this? When activate, draw bummers from the draw pile. Oh, that's a way to get that achievement that doesn't work. Wait, is that another ban or is that me? I forgot the name of my... Oh, there is another... Oh, no. Never mind. That's me. Dang it. I forgot what my band name was. So all bots. Again. Feels bad, man. Feels bad, man. At least I think these, like, the background, like, the tab is customized for the player. So if you don't see a customized tab, then you can't be a player. I'm not sure if you can masquerade as a bot, though, where you just use the same bot back. Skip. Skip. Sure, we'll pick one of these up. Sure. Clap. Legitimately clap. You know, those ones are kind of hard to pick. Dang. Those costumes. We want to do well so that the match ends early. Try to end it in 3 rounds. Possibly. What was the quick riff thing? I don't remember. Oh, the guitar is on muck. Big pass on that, for sure. Something that makes me curious is who did the voice samples for like section complete, drums, keyboard? Is it like an in-house? Is it one of the devs, like the in-house devs, or did they have a person from outside, like a third party? Because it would be very endearing to know that it's like one of the devs, like one of the coders. Like section complete. Guitar. Just a thought. Okay.
Alright. Kind of weird that the guy isn't strumming. Alright, we're just gonna skip all of that, right? And then we're gonna throw. We're gonna throw this next one after a 1 minute wait in complete silence. Chat function. Great game. What should we buy? Let's save some cash. Yes and nah. Fair enough. Oh. Interesting. Let's make sure. Make sure. Pretty sure the only time we knocked out was second, third, fourth, and sixth round being knocked out. Okay. We gotta raise that percentage, you know? That completion percentage. Even at the expense of a lot of broken achievements. Like, effectively, we can't get above 70% because 7 of 9 of them are unachievable for the time being. We'll revisit when there's a patch. I think this is probably going to be our last session for a bit. Maybe I'll do some closing remarks for this game too. We'll do one more session. And then do some closing remarks. Actually, once we get to level 30 of everything, I suppose. Because those are four achievements. We're just gonna end our turn. Yeah, so we gotta get all the instruments to level 30. We also need to find the rubber ducky and BFG, so we're probably gonna go back to tour. Yeah, I just don't know how we're gonna bump into a developer, like a dev. There's just no way to anticipate if a dev ever plays anymore. It hasn't really been that long since the 1.0. A vestigial obsidian. That's a great name. They really got their naming schemes down, you know? Don't clap. Stop clapping. Ugh, you guys. This is a rigged match. Follow the script. You guys gotta follow the script. You gotta take a dive. Perhaps the whole playing the dev team, losing and winning against the dev team was a little bit more attainable during the early access period, of which I was not part of. I generally I tend to be that guy who buys into an early access game believing in the vision and then wait for the 1.0 launch. So even then, if I would have purchased this game in early access, would have expected that achievement to be bolstered by a possibility of it happening. I don't know when the Steve achievements were added. I like to believe it was fairly early on, because if you look at the global distribution of the achievements, there's a very noticeable percentage of players that have that achievement. But I'm starting to think maybe it might even be the developers interacting with themselves, and the playtesters, or if they have playtesters, interacting with the developers, and not necessarily a randomly selected pool of people after the 1.0 or whenever they added the achievements. Yeah. Section incomplete. Yeah, it's a tough, it's an eyesore. I actually think when it comes to from a completionist standpoint, missing by a lot due to like just not wanting to do it still stings less than having unachievable achievements. Especially broken ones. Broken, it's like the two very tough taboos. Having broken achievements and achievements that are dependent outside your control. So right now, that's an eyesore. If I had to be incredibly critical about it, it's an eyesore. On the flip side, I kind of, you know, I took a leap of faith. And the leap of faith was going in not knowing what the achievements are. I do look at achievements. The stuff that I talk about, I exhibit the typical selection process as well. This is how it feels on the extreme end. In my opinion, I would be less critical and more emotionally inclined to play a game like this if you knew they were planning to add an achievement that is outside your control. Not having any achievements at all wouldn't have made a substantial difference in the attraction of your game, in my opinion. Because having achievements that you can't achieve, it hurts your game more than not having achievements at all. I don't know if it's true for Xbox or anything, but in Steam achievements, when a game has 0 achievements, it doesn't affect your completion rate percentage. But now that this game has achievements, and it's very easy to do 1 achievement, that becomes a double whammy. So not having achievements at all is actually second. Having achievements that are unachievable is even below not having achievements at all. Obviously, having achievable ones are at the top. So that's just my take. It's a deep cut. Wrath of genuine appreciation. Is this the band thing? Yeah, it's the band thing. Alright. So now we're gonna throw our third match. We're gonna throw at round 3. This is a necessary process, because the game was designed that way. Oh, do not underestimate the lengths completionists will go. It's part of the learning process. It's actually a point of pride, the lengths you'll go to get an achievement. Why does the drummer get a moment of calm and everyone gets this eck? Sure. What does this do? Copy your last play card to hand for 2 uses.
Kind of interesting. Let's just do something. Relax. Sound check. The keys. Dramatic key. What does this upgrade to? I don't even know. More hype. Pensive. That's kind of pretty weak, actually. We'll just take it. Take beat. Upbeat. Wow. Upbeat as a... Wait. When the clock runs out, you actually lose your picks? Like, that's an oversight. It should autofill. That is a big oversight. I don't think that is very unfavorable. If that's what happened just now. Much like other games, like Hearthstone and stuff. When your timer's up, they just auto pick something. And it's RNG. I like to think that's what happened. But there's no way of like verifying if that's because I don't remember. What are we on? Third match, right? We're gonna throw round 3. Oh no. Gotta double check. Oh, round 4. Oh no, round 3. I don't think we had to specifically throw round 6 because there is a chance we lose round 6 anyways. It was pretty close against the bot. And generally speaking, if you're on opposite brackets, the last bot team is the one that's highlighted in gold. And the scaling on that bot is pretty high actually. You butthead. Breaking my stuff. We got it.
at least get some upgrades and whatnot, just so we don't lose the second round. And it's unlikely. Yeah, sure. Okay. Yeah, we'll take that. The crew picks are actually consistently better in Royale. I don't know if that's intentional. Discard hand, nah. Yeah, we'll do this. Oh, I guess we could have bought that too. No, we couldn't have. We had 110. Obscure lamppost. Yeah. All bot teams. Feels bad, man. There's one detail that I'm not aware of, if it's part of it yet, is that maybe the Royale rank has something to do with it, but I don't know. If it was matchmaking based on rank, it would still fill in gaps. But I don't think that's the case. Usually rank oriented PvP systems would prioritize even when there's a big gap, filling the entire roster with registered players. So I doubt it. Okay. Come on. Come on. That gas mask though. Gotta farm costume ideas. That's kind of a cool combination. Dang, ran the whole clock. Dang. Might actually lose the second round. Ooh, upbeat. That dramatic P though. Oh, interesting. I just thought of an idea. I guess you can make them work. Come on, guys. Come on. I don't think the AI can override X songs. Alright, time to throw the round 3. Get ball. Now we're just gonna chill here for a minute. For a very, very hot minute. Spicy hot minute. There are quite a lot of indie games, so I'm kind of excited about that came out recently. We're waiting for the winter sale. Maybe we'll get like a 15%. I want to hop on one that is very attractive. We still got two games that we gotta go back and complete. They're kind of tall tasks that we left momentarily. And then there's one legacy series that I kind of stopped as well, which I don't know how I'm gonna do that. Still got three unfinished things. Oh, you actually have to choose. Interesting. Okay. All right. We're throwing round 3. Dude, I really like this. Oh, you know what? We picked that up. We definitely should make the guitarist that. I forgot. We did pick up cosmetics. We're gonna have to swap up our guitar look. It's only fitting. Guys, follow the script. We're supposed to throw this. Just start off with a free jamming. I'm so curious if they can end that song section. Ooh, pause for water. What does this do? That's pretty cool. What's the upgrade? You can burn, pause for water. Oh, and it can be safe too. Oh, they did. Oh, interesting. They did end the song section. A jam into another jam. The next 2 turns. Wait, can I hold up a second? Hold up a second, guys. We'll take 10, yes, as we end the turn. Is that? Oh, there it is. That's the way. Okay, okay, never mind. You can definitely tell them to just pause. Okay, we need to know that. Good. Glad we looked at it. They can just straight up tell them to hold with the end turn. Scripted, guys, scripted. Hold up a sec, guys. Wait, I told you to hold up. What are you doing? Excuse me. You guys are taking your sweet time. Please. Guys. Guys. Oh, clicking on end turn registers a command. I see. So we need to hit end turn, then hold up. Fun. Just score 47 points. What are you guys doing? You're taking your sweet time. 8 points? Bruh. Oops. Bruh. 8 points. You're killing me here. That's more like it. Free jamming. What's up with all this defensive performances? Come on. You can do it, guys. When are you gonna end the turn? Oh, no, you guys got it. Good. There we go. It sucks, but you know. Anything for that dopamine. Yep. Lots of XP though. Alright, hold up. We got a guitar guy, so wait, what the heck? Oh. There we go. And we have a body as well. Where is it? I could have sworn. Oh, here it is. Oh man. Okay. We do white, yeah. Yeah, black shirt. What happens if we reverse them? Oh, but the details are gone. Alright, this is fine. Oh, okay. Do we have a different guitar for this? I kind of just like the standard of the white guitar is kind of great. Alright. Nah, we'll stick with this. Ooh. That's gonna be tough. What does this change? I think we're gonna make this, and then this. Wait. I think the color scheme kind of falls apart now. So let's go with... Yeah, this is good enough. Okay. Alright. Oz and the boogie boards? Sure. Sure is sure. Why do you have a red pick, dude? Actually, oh, that's queuing. Let's see if we can get a new buddy. That buddy's a little too edgy. Or a new guitar. What does this actually look like? Oh, it has a beach seat. New van. What does this look like? There is this guy. Let's buy you. Oh, let's buy you. Oh, there is a filter. Old. Okay, so the buddies are under van. These are the van choices. What does this look like? Yeah. What else we got? Let's look at hair. Kind of easier to focus when it's all one category. Okay. What about beards? Okay. Okay. Oh, hey, sunken pirate. I can think of a thing to do with that. Definitely also the night thing, right? Okay. Shirts. Oh, we're about to start. Okay. Everyone gets pause for beer? Yeah. Sure. I wonder if you still get cash upgrades for that. Nope. All bots. Feels bad, man. An apathetic pineapple. Now that is a great name. The egocentric elegy. Because of the pacifist. The underwhelmed nematode. Man, these names are great. indignities and rapids. That pizza with pills, man. Okay. Production. Yeah, let's take the early free jam. 6 keys. Various keys. Speed rip. Noodling. Start taps. Yeah, sure. The heckler. Sure. Yeah, I can see why crew can be kind of alright in Royale, but it's definitely not okay on tour. Just saying. I didn't mean to throw that speed riff. That's okay. I think we should recolor the guy, our guitarist, just so that it's to the Coolie guy. So we'll have to do that in a sec. Just to make it a little bit more fun, you know? As we deliberately throw. Gotta make it to round 4 now. Dang. Just wanted 2 turns. I don't think we need that much ammunition to get to round 4. But now we know how to guarantee the loss. We can stop the AI dead in its tracks. That keyboard is. Look, that keyboard doesn't look so sure. All right. Casually farming. Reverb. Get keys. Relax. Man, these are such good picks. Except for expecting taps. That's kind of a... It's okay. It's just okay pick. Oh, some high picking though. Max hand size. Thank you. Do we go up against that gold? Oh no. It's the next one. So we do have to like try to get some decent picks. Gotta lose here. And then here. A complete lack of background music during the downtime is a little bit of a weird oversight. Unless it's unintentional. It's just a wee bit too quiet. Like, I'm all for the idea of being quiet so I can make decisions very quickly. But man, deathly quiet. Not even ambient sound. So we gotta pick up the other achievements in Tour too. We do have 2 event dependent stuff. We have to find the bully and have something specific happen, and we have to pick up the rubber ducky. And it's actually 2 encounters. All right. 2. Okay. This track is so awesome. Ooh, get a card draw. Rip. Oh. Huh. Okay. No, you're fine. Wait. There we go. Oh. Oh. Oh, I have a lot. Oh. Okay. Come on. Come on. Play those beers. Okay, never mind. Alright. We forfeit the next round. What is this item? Magical headphones? Let's see. Oh wait. We don't forfeit the next round. The next round is the third round, right? I don't even know. Oh, I think this is the second round. Oh, we still got one more round to go. Truck driver. BD. On discard? That can actually happen. Because of beer. Pickies. Flax. Burn. Monies. Formative. Burn. Big beats. Me. Right? Yeah, we're only on round 3. What do we got now? Magical. Notebook. Yeah, alright. Still can't throw. Hmm. 40 seconds of intense quiet. We'll do the quick early stuff like defeat the final boss at tour level 6. We'll just decrease the diff to oblivion and just do that, right? And maybe use it to try to scout out. No, we would have to scout out. If we find the rubber ducky, we would... okay, I have an idea. We scale down. If we find the rubber ducky, we'll just ignore that achievement and see if we can find a BFG. Or the bully. Just go to question marks. I wonder if the percentage chance changes with the diff. This hand's kind of toxic. I have so much energy. Someone draw, please. And nope. No song sections. How do I get 4 energy? What the heck? Extra cash though. Money, money, money. Oh, right. Dang. Bad hand. Maybe they don't scale. I was kind of half expecting the team that is highlighted in gold is like extra PogChamp. But I don't think so. Yeah, they're definitely not extra PogChamp. Alright. What is this crazy... What are these crazy picks? Man. Okay. Huh. There are 4 upgrade paths. Wait. Oh, it gives you 2. So many upgrades. What the heck is going on, man? It just doesn't end. I wonder if the loading screen is taking that into account. Like how long the round is. Yeah, we gotta throw this anyways. Alright, I'm gonna go to the bathroom while the timer runs up. Just in time. Hold up, guys. Hold up. Time to forfeit the scripted battles. Actually, I also have to pull up let's take a look at this guy's colorway. Okay. We'll try to get the oh, right. Hold up, guys. Don't play anything. Come on. Oh, that's right. He also turns red as well. Oh, that's what the guitar looked like back then. Okay. Oh, he does get an axe too. I forgot about that. He actually gets 2 of them. Doesn't actually wear a t-shirt though. His name was Conti. Totally forgot. Okay. Oh, you know what? It is this. It is that one. It's an old Muse. Well, let's take a. We'll take another look. Wait, what's happening? Oh. It's so long. Yo. Why are you guys taking so long to win? Alright, just... We're trying to look for guitar images. I'm not quite sure what type of guitar it was. And it kind of varies based on who's drawing them. It almost feels like there are 2 different guitars here. For Conti. I kind of like this one. The TV, Conti's like head was way, quite a bit different than my memory with my memory of the TV set. Man, these guys are taking their sweet time. Holy heck. No t-shirt though, so we're gonna have to use our imagination. Maybe we can put on like another accessory or something. Kind of like the blue before Conti turns into the red. Guys. Script. Stick to the script. It would be great if we could place like a cape on him. I think the cape is part of the body. I'll have to take a look at the store again. Really, guys? 23 points, guys. 23 points. What's wrong with you? One more, let's go. 3 more, let's go. 1 more. There you go. Good job. There it is. No, we're not looking for that. Oh, I guess we can... That is the guitar type that we're actually looking for. The legendary instructor is finally available. So I see that. Interesting. Drink on the band. Drinks on the band. Alright. So let's quickly leave for a sec. Let's look at guitars. No. I wonder if you can change the colorway of this. It's kind of neat. Okay. And what else are we looking for? Shirt? No, but yeah, it's part of the shirt. I doubt. No. We can't break it apart. Alright, let's go back in here. We do have a guitar. Not this one. It's kind of close to that one. I think this one's the closest actually now. Oh no, this one right here. And then we're gonna go with the doesn't quite have. Wow, it doesn't have quite the blue I'm looking for. WT heck. What's up with this lack of like where's the guitar at? Okay. I mean that's close enough. Right. There was a sticker. Pretty sure there was a sticker on his guitar. On the guitar I'm thinking of. Hold. Or we can make it black, I guess. No sticker on this one. What if we choose the same color? That's not great, is it? Make it white. Okay. No, this is the only... I guess, the wire parts? No. This one. I want to say... It's kind of like this color, or is it? Yeah, it's kind of like this color. Maybe a little bit more rusted? Nah, maybe a little bit more lighter, actually. It definitely does not have a green hue. It's actually pretty close. Either this or this. I think we're gonna go with this, and then, you know what? Probably just white. What else can we go with? Or make it the same color? What does that look like? White pants? That's okay. Actually, that's fine. And a television set, right? It's kind of like, this. And then the frame is also similar. What the heck? There's not enough trim. Dang. I think I kind of like going with the red instead. Just straight up red. Hold. Oh, you know what? Okay, I got it. So let's go with that. It's... yeah. And then... dude, I keep clicking on the... and we make this part and then this part. That's not the right part, dang it. And then we keep the blue guitar. Yes. It's okay. Wish could the shoes and the... It'd be kind of nice if the shoes and the... it's good enough. Okay. Alright. One last time. One last throw. Stuffies and the... wait. Stuffies and the Voters? Okay. That's an interesting name. Alright. Ah, but he clashes so much now. We'll just have to make all the other ones. Okay. We're gonna be a variety act now. Gotta see if we can pick up something interesting for the other members later.
Nah, I think we should go back. How does that work? Let's do this. Something like this. I think the shirt can be like. Yeah. Okay. Oh, there's no green on that particular model. I wonder what it looks like with that one that we just got. This one looks nice. Ooh, I like this. Let's stick with this. Yeah, that guitar is great. The heck? That's a nice looking guitar. Alright. What was this? Right. Gotta pick, quick. Pick beats. Pick drum. Dramatic keys. Pleasant verse. Manager. Manager. Hard whammy. Relax. Cool. And 30 minutes of silence. Nope. No peeps. 0 for 0 for 0 for I don't know how many. 0 for like 10. Feels bad, man. Feels incredibly lonely. I guess we crossed the 70% mark. Won't bring my average down, I suppose. Makes it harder to bring the average up, though. Starting taps. Default draft. Quick bridge. Noodling. Quick click. Power chord. Break stuff. Power chord. Alright. Now we just largely play. We just largely play now. What other type of personalities can we get, right? We can definitely do a pirate, for sure. Let's do like a variety band, variety theme band. It's definitely a thing for a pirate. Maybe even like a Jason thing.
Gotta get all that sci-fi band. I mean, there are gas masks. Hurl an insult. Do it. Hurl an insult. There it is. One armor. Got 2 armor. Use that hard whammy. Okay. Okay. Deathly quiet. Yeah, sure. The heckler. Beer skis. Ew. This can be informative, sure. That's kind of gross. The pics are so varying. Poppy bands. Okay. +1. Ooh, dang. That's pretty nice. The 4-minute energy drink. Oh, that's not too bad too. And receives the armored guitar case. 13 height for every 11 performance. Interesting. Like the baby's first audio interface. Nope. That doesn't look like any particular audio interface. Missed opportunity to make it look like a Focusrite. 2i2. If anyone has been in this line of work for a while, I'm sure they're familiar with the Focusrite 2i2. Is it 212? I think it's 2i2. Yeah. Focusrite Scarlett 2i2. That's a mini first audio interface that a vast majority of people probably have purchased to power their edgy SM7B.
Here we go!
What? Man. Oh. I mean, it's not really a big deal. Another thing that's curious is, what if the matching deals with the level of the instruments? Because I don't know if all card picks are available until you level up in the Royale. So there is a chance the only reason all these are bots are maybe it's normalized to perhaps the level? We'll see. Because if the card pool is different, that would be possibly generally disadvantageous to the person that's under leveled. But that could be it. So right now we don't know. Not until we get to level 30, right? So we don't know. Perhaps all my criticisms will just evaporate once. Although with that said, guitar is gonna be first, and then we're just gonna pivot to a different instrument, right? Immediately after reaching 30. Now I'm starting to decide if running the tour. What is a tour? The tour is 4,000 XP. I don't know if it's based on difficulty. We're gonna do a really, really low diff one to see how much XP you get, so that we know which one we're gonna run for XP. Battle Royale does kind of offer a lot of XP. The Grand Royale offers a lot of XP. So there is that. Like run tour. If convenient, run a Grand Royale. What are we looking for? 4-minute energy drink. Yeah, so things like this. 4-minute energy drink. This would be a place they could have made a fun nod. What other nods are there? Trash can fire, a dumpster fire. Well, this pedal kinda reminds me of a pedal. Like the specific coloring. Not close enough. Not obvious enough for me. for it to be like a nod. Come on. Come on. Okay. For a moment there.
Let's rock! Guitar!
Dun, 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 dun.
Keyboards!
We have to wait a month before a potential patch, right? So maybe we'll return to this game every month.
Keyboards! Drums! Drums! Section complete.
So perhaps I'll hold off on the like a closing remark until we give the game a chance for a couple patches. Much like the 2 or so games that I still haven't, or one of the games that I left out for like a year to see if there were any other updates. There's one other game. So perhaps I'll close that one up and leave some opportunities for the devs to add something to this. Give an idea of how how many updates.
Guitar! Keyboards!
Actually, there's a chance we might lose. Oh, no. We're fine. I forgot we're going second. Where's my intro to the jam? I'm pretty sure I picked up an intro to jam.
Section complete. Bass!
There it is. Been looking for you.
Section complete. Keyboards!
Oh wait, intro to jam is permanent? Oh, for just 2 turns.
Guitar!
Oh, intro to jam is great, actually. What the heck? New appreciation. Oh, you know, I haven't used my 4-minute energy drink, interestingly enough. I'm so used to looking at the top left as opposed to the right. Gotta normalize this. Oh, the upgrades. Wait, the upgrades are permanent from enticing Rift. It's not until use. Okay, I'll have to keep that in mind too, actually. I thought it was just a one-time deal. And once you use it, it reverts back. Good to know. Skipping time. Now beat. Bean starting. Backed up. Bean starting. A lap. Oh, we're gonna burn this. Backed up. Audacious lick. More band shouting. Productive. Yeah. Drop. Relax. Burn. No. Yeah, maintain is great on the hard whammy. Yeah, protective. Wicked. Formative. Relax more. Coming. Burn. We're only on round 4. Okay. No throwing yet. Not quite yet. I'm gonna grab fiery pick, probably. Or just hold out for, let's just hold out for the fiery pick is great if you had like a bomb. I don't have a bomb. Hard to get bomb cards. And 30 minutes of intense, pure silence. Yeah, we'll hold off our closing remark for maybe a few more patches. One or two. I feel like they might do a really big version 2.0. Who knows? At the moment, it's very difficult to know because I don't see anywhere there's like a roadmap of sorts. I imagine there was some sort of like idea of a roadmap during the early access period. I typically give it actually half a year. The early stages, the post launch patches do come in quite a bit furiously. Had one in less than 4 weeks. Yeah. 1.1. Oh, I forgot I'm the guitarist, huh? Whenever I hear this background music, I'm like, oh, gotta win in 3 turns or else the freaking coin ops is gonna blast your butt with 300 points or something. That's all this music. That's the great thing about music, right? When you actively participate and then you associate it with a sound cue. Just dredges up all the highs and lows and the random plays, and the coin up, man, so many times just gets slammed down by 300 points in turn 3. Alright, it's time for that 4-hour. That 4-minute injury. Oh. I was gonna hit the bottle, but okay. I dig it. Two. Oh yeah, let's hit that energy. Did I fail? Oh, okay. I was about to say. Wait, did I misread? Why did the energy drop all of a sudden? Whoa, tragic movement. That's some serious hard stuff right there. What does soft stick do? Okay. That's some pretty sweet picks. Oh, that guy just soft stick. Oh no. Okay. Okay. Kinda hard whammy that stuff, right? Oh, enticing. Can someone hurl an insult their way, please? Ooh. There we go. Get out of here. Yeah, enticing lick is great, actually. I have a new appreciation for it. Because I didn't realize it's stacked, so enticing lick is scaling. Learn something. What is this? Okay. Oh yeah, that one. I've seen it once. One more. Get out of here. Can I level up? Okay. I don't think this min-maxing is necessary at all for Royale when it's just populated by bots. But you know, practice makes perfect. No reason not to practice fundamentals. Always have time for some fundamental practice, regardless of the circumstance. Ever vigilant, as an endurance specialist would say. Ever vigilant. There's always some room to practice fundamentals, regardless of the circumstances. For the eventuality of applying those skills.
Keyboards.
Wow, where do I get a recovery, huh? Where's my recovery at? This band actually has some pretty solid picks. Wait, is this round? I don't remember what round this is. Ooh. Let's get that symbol timing. Jacked up. Informative. Fierce. Protective. This is the drummer. We'll go with protective. Speedy. Crazy keys. We're gonna burn this. Jacked up. Yeah, the upgrade of this one is like really meh. It's just more hype. On draw. Audacious lick. We're gonna. I think we're gonna burn this. We're gonna burn this. I don't think that this is gonna happen. We'll just use this for defense. Jacked up. Prepared. The griffs. Oh, dang, yeah. Yeah, I usually didn't keep this, but this is amazing. You can put a copy to your hand here. That's great. I totally underestimated enticing riff. Huh. It's auto scaling. Oh. Yeah, we have to win this one too. And then we throw the next match. I don't think we're in any danger. I have 85 bucks. Can we buy anything else? Eh. Might as well remove the quicks, right? I can see why the quick mechanic is in there, like the quick riffs and stuff, because generally speaking, you have access to this by turn 2. Like things that do like simple speed, or even the loud version. What was it? There's a loud version, there's a crazy version, and a quick version. And they're like mid-tier, so two rounds, or 2 wins, per se, because a single elimination. Alright. One more round before we throw. I think this still takes longer than a tour for the XP. Except for Grand Royale. Grand Royale is definitely more XP. We're gonna lower the the diff requirement all the way down and see if we can clear it and it still gives the same amount of XP. Because we're farming for the rubber ducky interaction. And also the bully.
Here we go.
Okay. What is this? Practice Muse. That's kind of cool. Oh, right. Interesting. Intro to the jam. OP, OP. Not upgraded though. Wow, I wasn't expecting to complete that. Do you even have snares in your hand? Yeah, that repeatable, enticing riff. Dang. That's some scaling. It says copy to your draw file one time. So if you keep playing it, does it just keep copying? Or is it one time as in permanence one time? Don't know yet. Because there are definitely discard effects that are one time only. Even if you cycle all the way back around, it doesn't trigger it again. Yo. These guys actually are scoring. Oh, no. I forgot I'm going second. I keep forgetting I'm going second. Where's my reviving interlude? Can't break that armor. Oh my gosh. The enticing interlude though. Oh my gosh, the enticing interlude. Oh my goodness. Yeah, it is. It is what I think it is. Holy. So it just keeps refreshing on itself. That's fantastic. I've underestimated the enticing interlude. Oh, I get it. I get how this works. Okay. So you start with shreds in your hand. Interesting. That's so interesting. Nah, we don't need extra energy. Wow. Alright. I understand now. I got you, game. I understand. A one card fix all? That's crazy. So now I have to rethink some of the other ones. Because they're permanent. Oh, it even feeds back on itself. What the heck, man? So if you land on a shred, so your hand has a bunch of shreds and whatnot, and lots of burns. That's crazy. Stop shooting my crew, please. It's unnecessary. Crowd surf? Ah. That explains that. Holy heck. Like, even embarrass a 7? That's hilarious. Okay, I have a big appreciation. That's OPS, heck. For an early pick. It's not even legendary or like it's not sparkly or flaming. Pretty good first pick. Or priority pick, I mean. Alright, time to throw the next match. Because achievements. Of course you get all the good stuff now, you know? All the good stuff. The heck is this? Prestigious Jam. +2 for 1 performance, so you 5 it. And you can get Speedy. That's actually pretty sweet. Formative. Clap! Oh, we totally burned that. Icing Lick is auto-scaling, so is well-timed, but in some way. You can even speed this up? Man. Although it exhausts, so... it's like, kinda okay. And then you can like shred. Pretty good. I think enticing Riff is a centerpiece. Well, we're throwing this match. Nothing to say about that. Match throwing. It's rigged. I know. It's rigged. It's been rigged for the last four runs. Wait, 5 runs, right? Lose round 1, 2, 3, 4, and 6. Yeah, the last 5 rounds. All scripted. Wait. Okay. For a moment there, I thought it was round 5. I think this round indicator is misleading. It's not highlighting. It's not highlighting like. I'm guessing. Oh, I see. They're highlighting the rewards, so I would get a round 5 reward. But it's kind of non-intuitive in a way because it kind of looks like, hey, they're highlighting the round you're on. But I get it now. It's just highlighting the rewards we get, which is 6,000 XP. That's actually pretty big. I don't think Tor matches that. Yeah, Tor is definitely a lot less per unit time. I don't know how much you get for Grand. Obviously, this is assuming that you win. So there's that, right? It's assuming you win. Definitely need to add a background music to the bracket. The bracket and vendor screen. Oh, hey. Oh, yeah, they added this product placement. That's right. The adverts on the final Scrapper stage. That's actually part of patch 1.1. There's like a Gary Gear Getter advertisement board right here. That's kind of nice. Like they're going back to add some elements in. The slightest things, I say. Like this more or less is still pseudo live service-y. Pseudo, right? Not sure yet about the full roadmap. But generally speaking, little qualities like that refreshes things so well. Like PSO2 NGS recently did a bouncer change and they touched up the animation and it breathes new life into it. After seeing the same animation, even when it's just like a small change. Oh wait, I forgot. We're supposed to lose. Oh no. No, it's fine. There's plenty of time. Plenty of time. Just score 350 points right now. Do me up. Do me up, native. Come on, guys. Humble me with your infinite... That's a lot of crew. Keep piling those crew on. Come on, do it. That's only 25 points, my peeps. You gotta be scoring 100 or so. Come on. That's more like it. That's only 50 so far. Come on. Let's see 100. You're almost there. So close. Oh. Gotta throw. This is scripted. Alright. Let's see 100. What is this? Confusing imitation. Oh. Okay. We saw it unlocked. We weren't offered it ever. Dude, this is kind of weak, my friends. What is this 46 point nonsense? You can't win a final scrapper like that. I mean, they're gonna win, you know, because it's scripted. Dude, how many crew cars do you have? You guys are going on 11 right now. Low jam? Oh yeah, we got that one. Low jam's pretty solid. Why would you override it at 3? A Pega? Ooh, awe-inspiring refrain. Interesting. Going in for the kill. Oh my gosh, you guys don't have songs. You guys only have song sections. Ugh. Gross. Maybe 2 more turns. It might need 2 more turns. So many crew. A no crew tech. What is beautiful memory? Okay. Oh, you get another one? Okay, fair enough. Wait. Oh, that one card reduced all of their energy by 3? Is that what that actually did? They're practically defeating themselves. It's kind of weird. Alright. Alright, last turn. Another day, another lifetime, my friends. You win this one. Oh, come on. You're really gonna... That's a crew tech. But it's like a negative crew tech. You guys can do it. Come on. Come on. Wait, how do they cancel their negative energy? Is it on sweep? They had negative max energy, and then they lifted it. There's something I don't understand. Alright guys, you won. GG. Well played. We're taking a break. Or retiring, you know? There it is. Eh. Inside joke. Leadership riff. Copy and remove one other band. +1. Type for. That's pretty okay. Okay. Oh, the Royale is gonna happen, so we might as well hop in on this and see how much we get for winning a Grand Royale. Was it 5 minutes before? Yeah, 5 minutes before. Let's look at our backstage pass. Where are we at? 33? Yo. Is there anything here? I really like that spiky skull though. We can think of something. What about Surf Rock? Hey, Shargy is pretty good. Ooh. What else we got? Is that Cthulhu facial hair? Or a Davy, yeah, Davy Jones. I see a Davy Jones locker. Fish. What else we got? Submersive units. Oh, hey, Kazuma. Wait. Kazuma? Oh, Kazama. Yeah, Kazuma from, this is a Tekken reference. That is definitely the Kazuma hairstyle. Oh, this is... I don't know about this. This is kind of more of a... I don't know. It is a captain hat, but that's awfully close to JoJo. But Kazuma. Nice. A nod to Tekken. Ooh. Crabman. Oh, is this a nonchalant crab rave? Kind of like a crab rave reference? Who knows? It's more of a lobster though, less of a crab, but close enough. I dig it. Metal Moon Rising. Let's see what we got. Visor. Okay. I see. Aww, a cute little dragon. What else we got? Metalhead. First seal. A Naruto. Oh my. Oh my, that's not even, that's a mix right there. That one is a mix. Mix bag. Witch Doctor. I was wondering if they included a Witch Doctor hat. Spike. Oh, that's kind of cool. A Noodle Dragon guitar. Bass. A Noodle Dragon bass. Huh. Oh, there's some fun ones in here. There are definitely some fun ones. Right here. I guess we'll eventually collect them, right? Maybe. Maybe. Let's collect these. The Prestige. What the heck? Oh, I don't know if we have more of these things, do we? I don't think we do, no. Oh, dude, so that juice is OP as heck. The icon that guy came from. Wait! Oh no. For a moment there I was like, oh, there's players. Smoldering +2 and high for each. Oh, actually, oh no. Every 1 gear. Cards in band's hand receive activate. Yeah, we'll take the smell. Oh, so Grand Royale has more like of the gold bots. And I think we lost on the gold bots. This is it, yeah. Maybe the Grand Royale is how we got spanked a little at round 5. Yeah. So there are more like gold peeps. How much points do you get? 10,000 XP. Yeah, that's a lot. Holy heck. 10,000 XP. Oh, well, it's not anymore, I guess. It's 3 tour runs on max, though. Maxing out 3 tour runs. Did we just double free jamming? Alright, sure. Clap. Another clap. I think we have excess energy now, which is awkward. That rarely happens. Riff for the crew. Oh, you know, this actually works with jam sessions. And then we ended up getting another crew member. Ugh. I was thinking just take Riff for the crew, expecting to get more crew. We can actually lose here. There is a possibility of losing if you pick poorly. Maybe not. I don't know. Give me your skull. How would you play a snare hit so early? You pep? That's fine. Precious XP, man. Oh, right. That's right. I'm the guitarist. That's fine. Grooving with the bass line is fine.
Drums.
There's the free jamming. Let's go. Fill her up. We got grooving with the bass line. Fill her up. Come on, you got some quicks. I know you got some quicks. Put those quicks to good use. You got one more. Oh, right. I still have this smoldering pick. I totally forgot about that. Eh, it's okay. No one has any more things.
Keyboards.
Obviously, you wouldn't pick that if you were not the guitarist. But in this case, perfect. I don't have any like expensive stuff. Yeah, go for it. Oh. Free jamming costs 2. That's right. Anyone? Dang it. Alright. I mean. It's fine. Goodbye, diverging secrets. Honestly? Wait, complete draw. Yeah, we'll take the complete on draw on completion. This is informative, right? No informative. So we'll take this to burn. What does this do? Yeah, we'll take this to burn. Fierce. Yeah, I'll break this stuff. Sure. Oh, we can hold on to speed riff. That's good. Holding on to speed riff for once. Come on. Band starts with 5. Band starts with 8. Discard hand. Band receives 1. Ooh, this one's good. What else we got here? Starts with 15. Band gets 1 for each complete. That's not gonna work out. Ooh. Musical notebook is gonna work out. Air conditioner. +1 height for each energy. Ooh, there's raptor juice. Okay. Maybe even symbol of speed. Oh, notebook of legend is available as well. Neat. Oh, so this vendor, okay. The Grand Royale is the time when this is this big. It also has this guy. I really like the design of this guy. The horns for his face. Good call, good call.
Toughies and voters. Oh, we get the notebook and the music. The notebook of legend, the musical notebook. You don't really need crew or hand size and whatnot. Oh, hey. We recognize that guy, this guy right here. Oh, it actually matches with this. Isn't it the Fritos? Yeah, this is Fritos. And there's an actual Frito. Come on, put in your quicks. Get them done. Put in your quicks. I know you have another one. Zeal. Don't even at me. There we go. Contradict the failures. Are you guys gonna override that? No? You guys gonna keep going? No? Really? I don't have a power cord. Oh, get another free jamming, please. Where's that free jamming at? Ooh, yes. Do it up. Okay. I don't have any draw. What the heck? How far are they gonna go with that? I'm a little scared. Oh, there it is. That wasn't too bad actually. Oh, we might actually lose. Oh, no, wait, we're going second. Just kidding. I just stopped forget. I need to start remembering that. Ooh. Can you complete that? Nah, you probably only have quicks. Just play your quicks. Do it. Okay. No draw. Wait, was that a 7? What the heck? What is... Oh, it's a heavy quickie, right. Okay.
All right. Got free jamming though. Another intro to jam? Yeah. 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 Okay. Get the speakies. Crashing cymbal. Can be cool. Cool. Give me that riff. Protective. Always protective. Are we going into another? No. Where's that book? Give me that musical notebook. Easy pickup. And the notebook of legend. Of a legend. I might be referring to the legendary instructor, you know? The eerie silence of nothing. I wonder who made this design choice to have like just nothing here. All right. I want to see if I can gather any inspirations from the the presets for the bots. Come on. You can do it. I do see that even the bots are preset to some extent. Ooh, free jamming me. Do it. Do it, Zeal. Pull a free jam. Do you have a free jamming? You do not. Never mind. Just kidding. How do you get back to your... How do you view your own hand again? What the heck? Is there no way to get back to your own hand when they're playing? Oh. Right. This icon. So no free jamming. Oh, you have one too? Yikes. What are you doing there, sitting there, picking your nose? Nah, we're gonna just use the upgrade. Now, do you have free jamming? Kinda. Actually, more than just that. That's a whole lot of nothing. Nah, denied. Intro to the jam. Let's go. Free jamming. Let's go. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Calm down. We don't have enough stuff. Or do we? Do it. Do it up. Okay. That was kind of lukewarm. This is round 2 or 3. Kind of weak for round 2 or 3. 3, probably. Got some meh synergy. Yeah, I might as well upgrade these. Lightning root takes a while. Holy heck.
Keyboards.
Wait, epic jazzy tune? Actually, epic jazzy tune is kind of nice. Now that I see it in practice. Yeah, just play it. We're here to upgrade. Oh, the power spike is definitely after this, after round 3. Right? Yeah. I still got like just 1 or 2 performances left.
Keyboards.
This buddy is such a bummer. No, we're not heading for cruise energy at all. All those upgrades. Yeah, throw your quicks in there. We want to upgrade the quicks too. Let's go. Nah, you have a quick one, don't you? Alright, we got lots and lots of choices. Like a metric ton of choices. Audacious Lick. We're just gonna go with that. More. Backed up. Hard, right? Stretching break? Yeah, stretching break. Keyboard? On draw pleasance. Jacked up. More pleasance. No, we're gonna burn this. Honestly, I think we're gonna go with drum roll here. Jacked up. Extra. Read all about it. Another lightning fast. Yeah, we're gonna burn this. This is us, right? Soft for the draw. Yeah, sure. Let's shred. Oh, you can get maintain grooving with the bass line. That's great. Informative. Or soft riffing. Get those echoes. How's everything? Everything in my deck. Ridiculous Kumquat. I absolutely love that. That is such a ridiculous name. It's so good. What is the notebook of a legend cost? $230. Oh, I'm $10 short. Honestly, symbol of speed might actually be nice here. Oh wait, we have raptor juice. What am I talking about? Because we actually play our quick cards. Oh, it includes quick bridge. I'm not sure which one's quick fallback. Don't usually pick up quick dig. So there is some diminishing return if you don't really commit to that. It's fine. We got raptor juice. You know? Kind of neat. Don't want to lose too early. Yeah. So it's all like all the gold bonds. Oh, they put one in each bracket. I see. The ridiculous kumquat. Yeah, we cycled through almost all of these names. Like a lot of these names. Alright. This is gonna be the last run for today. I'll have to decide what I'm gonna do. Like, do we wait for the next patch or take a break and then pick up different indie games, wrap up a few previous projects that didn't get completed before we make a final take on this game? Because the patch notes will encourage us to keep playing, right? For the level 30s. Oh, do you have a jam in your hand? You do not have a jam in your hand. Again. At least this time we got maintaining. Okay. Oh, we got the juice. No bomb card though for this smoldering pit. Hey, it's Mortis. I like how some of the boss guys is part of a team. Mortis. He looks like he has happier days now that he's with friends. Poor guy is always alone. On the wrong team, but you know. Excuse me. Wait, no, I'm taking that. That's the last. I'm pretty sure this is the last card, right? Wow, there's more? Okay. Mortis seems so happy now. You know? Good for you. Speedy free jamming. Kind of late for that, my friend. Just a wee bit late. Ooh. I did manage to get some though. Can we get more energy? Okay. Let's go! This grooving with a baseline though. Feed it. Oh, right. And then let's cash in. Oh, there's more. Okay. Where's my exciting beat? My freaking sloth. My drummer is a sloth right now. Both figuratively and literally a sloth. No energy tech from this guy. Oh no, they're gonna get it. This is a power move right here. Oh no. Oh my, into an intro jam? Oh, we might actually lose this. Nah, right? Nah, they got weak stuff. They're probably gonna run out of cards. Do you have card draw? No. It's all good. I think. They're gonna play most of their cards though. Nah, still weak sauce. Heck you, Mortis. Heck you, Brian. Edgy Brian. Okay. Let's see that free jamming. Do it. That's not free jamming. What is your problem? Zeal. It's GG though. One more. Okay. Crew, man. So underbaked. Quite underbaked. Definitely past the coffee. Yes. Pause for coffee. Oh, hinting keys. Yeah. Let's burn that. Little mallets? Yeesh. I mean, we'll just take it. Yeah, 2-0. We'll burn that. Quickly? Yeah, quickly. A lot extra noodling. We'll burn that too. We'll burn the speed rift. We don't need the speed rift. And then we're gonna get the Notebook of Legend, and we're done. Had all the card draw we need. That's +6. I mean, +3. Right. +1 from here and plus. Alright. Oakley dokley. Now we just sit here for 1 minute of absolute meditatory silence. Breathe in. 1, 2, 3. And breathe out. 1, 2, 3. Yep. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. This is good XP though. 10,000 XP. Is that like 2 levels? It might actually be 4 levels or 3. 3 or 4 levels. Okay. Oh, I remember this band.
Here we go.
Yeah, so these are presets for sure. I'm pretty sure yeah, we will reach maximum hand size with those 3 combined. Oh, the 2 items combined. Dude, what the heck, man? That's a flex. Oh my gosh, these are... Dude. What the... Yo. You need to chill. I didn't get this high quality picks. Yo, you guys need to chill. Look at that flex. Legendary instructor. All we got is freaking acquaintance. Heckin' acquaintance. Let's see if we can draw into something. Okay. That's fine. That's not a free jam, and I can tell you that. Yeah, go for it. Oh, it takes the energy away on sweep. Oh, okay. Oh, for the next 2 song sections. Oh, I get it now. It's not... Oh. Alright, I understand what the wording means now. Fair enough. Really? No. I get the intro to into the jam. I get it now.
Keyboards.
Okay. Sure. Are you gonna do another power move? Okay. These aren't that great. That's kind of okay. So these aren't that great. Oh my gosh, they have a hyper jam. Are you freaking serious? I think we're gonna lose here. This band's card quality is off the charts. Reviving interlude? Like it's off the charts. What the heck? I mean, I wouldn't play it this way, but you know. It's the AI, thankfully. Sure. Oh, we have groovin'. Oh my gosh. Not clicking. Can I get some energy, please? Then I can draw into my riffs using this, right? My shreds. I need one for this. Okay. Play your last one. There we go. And we cash in. And an override. That's not too bad. That was a pretty snazzy recovery without having to use my smoldering pick. Oh, they're not gonna complete this, right? Ha! Ha! Yeah, play that, friend. Ha! I laugh at your energy investment. Oh no. Don't do it. It's fine. Yeah, they completed with this guy with an empty hand. It's like, meh. Sure. Ah! 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 Oh man, I have energy. Give me. Oh wait, are you gonna? No, you're not free. Yeah, it's fine. You gonna free jam us? That's not a free jam. Okay. Let's play this. Okay. I guess we're just gonna continue this. You guys gotta have some free stuff, right? Dang it. Oh no, I'm actually a little scared now. I was hoping to clean that up right there. And that didn't happen. What the heck is this?
Story introduction? Oh. Interesting. What was this? All-inspiring refrain? Oh yeah, that one. Wow, they really closed the gap with that one. How much is that? 27 hype? Uh-oh. $84? Oh no. That's a little scary. Because we did score around 50, right? Oh no. Oh no. Please. Hold up. I need this. Okay. Wait. No, 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 no. Don't do it. Rip. Oh, I guess it's okay. We scored enough. Okay. That's fine. That's not good. That was really close. Can we get like... Can I get like a victory? Well time. This is terrible actually. 'Cause we have no discard thing. So cards in your bandstand. Oh yeah, this is I have to remember that these things are permanent. Right. Less cost. BD. Oh, I see. I see. You go intro to jam and followed up by jam. I get it. I get it. Mom and dad? Mom and dad. Where were you earlier, mom and dad? Dramatic break. Which one is this? The snare one? Nah, invigorating beat. In your hand gets +2? Nah, no. Definitely the universal. Ooh, sound check. I can sound check. I sound check. Okay. Burn the noodle. Speed riff. What can I buy with 385? I can't buy the barrel. Barrel's 410. 5 armor each turn. +3 height for every band draw. For every 7. I do draw quite a lot of cards. Yeah. Yeah. And then we can grab this too. Alright. Of course, the 6 gear thing doesn't trigger. And it doesn't trigger after the last match either. The astronauts. Alright, astronauts. About 10,000 XP. Man, didn't get good picks. Like that last bot team got way better picks. They just played it really weirdly. That's all. This is AI. But that last team had really good picks. Well above average. Okay. Come on.
go first. What the heck is that one guy? Sound check. I have 2 energy. That's fine. Put it in. Pile it on. Just pile. Keep piling. Throw it on the pile. Oh, I can play something as well. We'll just throw this in there. Pile it on. Ooh. Pile it on. Ooh. Keep piling. Okay. Okay. Holy heck. Alright. I gotta complete this fast with whatever I have in hand. Yeah, where's my testing edge? Where's my shred? What is this guy though? This guy is great. Grandpa Skid? Oh, I get it. Oh, that's cute. That's where the skid marks are. I'm guessing that's where Grandpa Skid came in. Kinda looks like an old version of one of the Skid guys. That's really cute. There's some Easter eggs. Within game Easter eggs. You got free jamming? No, I got intro to jam. That's fine. Oh, I got sound check. Alright, where's that jam? There's the free jam. Alright, we're ready. Yeah, I'll throw this in too. No energy. And then we're gonna cash in on that, I suppose. Okay. Actually kind of weaker, weirdly enough. No, don't you dare snipe mom and dad. Don't do it. Don't you dare. Aww. They sniped both of them. What a butthead. I demand a recount. Well, that's kind of scary. I could keep the turn going. Can you not, please? Please? Okay. Do you have free jamming? Where are you? Oh, you most certainly have a free jamming. Okay. Lay it on the line. Let's go. That's not it. What? What are you guys doing? Of course you play it now. You little buffoon. You absolute buffoon. Go ahead. End this section. You guys have plenty of
Keyboards.
ways to end this section.
Section incomplete.
Why am I not surprised? It's okay though. They kind of crippled themselves with whatever they used. Scream Self Raw was one of them. I have a jazzy jaunt. Come on. You're fine. Get out of here. Get out of here. You guys done yet? Okay. You have jam? That's not a jam. You heckin' butthead. Take that. Hurt feelings. That was such a lukewarm turn.
Keyboards.
It's okay. It's the message that counts. I recovered from emotional damage. Got rid of that hurt feelings, you know? Just take that, hurt feelings. Alright, you guys done? No? Still going? No? Oh, okay. Alright. Cool. Cool story. Oh, you know what I have to say to your... Oh, okay. I was gonna say, to heck with your hurt feelings. Nah, give me that. I'm gonna sound check the heck out of this. Oh, okay. I see how it is. Man, this Royale kinda, it's a pooper scooper. Oh, those are some seriously terrible picks. Like they're not that great. Definitely so can be far stronger. All the games that we threw, those had some really strong picks. Especially the one where we threw in round 4 for the achievement. That one was really good. Alright, GG. Fun times. Haven't bumped into a actual human band yet. Not even a band with a single player band. Oh yeah. 10,000 XP. That's like 5 levels. Oh. Oh no, it's not. Hey, we finally got a video producer. Lightning technician, not so much. Alright. Well, here's my thing. We're basically in a time of just bootstrapping now, right? So instead of leaning too heavy on it, in the next couple of sessions, we'll take a little break from this as well. Give it a day or two, or like a week, maybe a week-ish. I might, if I'm feeling like farming, I suppose I'll pick it up again. But we're gonna be back, perhaps, when there's a 1.2 patch. Give it a couple patches, like maybe up to 1.3. So for now, we're gonna shelve this. A lot of the designs are reinforcing on each other, so most of the closing remarks will hold up even with time away from this game. Alright, and that's a wrap. I guess that ends our 16th session of this game. We'll be back next time with... Oh man, I gotta dig in my Steam library. It's been a while since I dug into the Steam library. Alright. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for just discussing, listening. If you're gonna watch this later, thanks for watching. As always, until next time, stay safe, stay healthy, work on that net positive lifestyle, and I'll catch you guys on the next one. Take care. Bye now.